All right, let's see.
Magnificent contributions, my acolytes. Revel in this divinely abundant boon. Your deeds glorify me. You shall be benevolently rewarded in abundant kind. Magnificent contributions, my acolytes. Revel in this divinely abundant boon. Glory be to a bounty so richly abundant. Your deeds glorify me. You shall be benevolently rewarded in abundant kind. Magnificent contributions, my acolytes. Revel in this divinely abundant boon. Your deeds glorify me. You shall be benevolently rewarded in abundant kind. Your deeds glorify
And
me.
hack.
You shall be benevolently rewarded in abundant kind.
Hello.
Glory be to a bounty so richly abundant. Your deeds glorify me. You shall be benevolently rewarded in abundant kind.
Hello. Wait, are you actually playing retail, or did you just log in just for fun that other time?
Glorify me. You shall be benevolently rewarded in abundant kind. Glory be to a bounty so richly abundant. Magnificent contributions, my acolytes. Revel in this
Logged in to check the trading
abundant
post.
boon.
Oh, I actually don't know if I did that or not.
Your deeds glorify me. You shall be benevolently rewarded in abundant kind. Your deeds glorify me. You shall be benevolently rewarded in abundant kind. Magnificent contributions, my
Let me
acolytes.
check it, get the 500
Revel in
monthly, and then log
this
off.
divinely
Gotcha.
abundant
I guess if you're
boon.
paying for a sub and you don't really pay retail, that'd be like a nice thing to just one time log in do.
Magnificent contributions, my acolytes. Revel in this divinely abundant boon. Glory be to a bounty so richly abundant. Glory be to a bounty so richly abundant. Magnificent contributions, my acolytes. Revel in this divinely abundant boon. Glory be to a bounty so richly abundant. Magnificent contributions, my acolytes. Revel in this divinely abundant boon. Your deeds glorify
The freeze
me.
feature's kind of nice.
Shall be benevolently rewarded in abundant kind.
Hmm. That makes sense.
Glory be to a bounty so richly abundant. Your deeds glorify me. You shall be benevolently rewarded in abundant kind. Glory be to a bounty so richly abundant.
farming so much abundance.
Glory be to a bounty so richly abundant. Your deeds glorify me. You shall be benevolently rewarded in abundant kind. Magnificent contributions, my acolytes. Revel in this divinely abundant food. Your deeds glorify me. You shall be benevolently rewarded in abundant kind. Magnificent contributions, my acolytes. Revel in this divinely abundant food. Glory be to a bounty so richly abundant. Magnificent contributions, my acolytes. Revel in this divinely abundant food. Glory be to a bounty so richly abundant. Glory be to a bounty so richly abundant. Magnificent contributions, my acolytes. Revel in this divinely abundant food. Your deeds glorify me. You shall be benevolently rewarded in abundant kind. Magnificent contributions, my acolytes. Revel in this divinely abundant food. Magnificent contributions, my acolytes. Revel in this divinely abundant food. Glory be to a bounty so richly abundant. Magnificent contributions, my acolytes. Revel in this divinely abundant food. Glory be to a bounty so richly abundant. Glory be to a bounty so richly abundant. Glory be to a bounty so richly abundant. Magnificent contributions, my acolytes. Revel in this divinely abundant food. Glory be to a bounty so richly abundant. Magnificent contributions, my acolytes. Revel in this divinely abundant food. Your deeds glorify me. You shall be benevolently rewarded in abundant kind. Magnificent contributions, my acolytes. Revel in this divinely abundant food. Your deeds glorify me. You shall be benevolently rewarded in abundant kind. Your deeds glorify me. You shall be benevolently rewarded in abundant kind. Glory be to a bounty so richly abundant. Magnificent contribution,
And Imrez.
my acolytes. Revel in this divinely abundant food. Magnificent contribution.
I'm farming some abundance on my main.
Abundant food! Magnificent contributions, my acolytes! Revel in this divinely abundant food! Glory be to a bounty so richly abundant! Magnificent contributions, my acolytes! Revel in this divinely abundant food! Glory be to a bounty so richly abundant! Magnificent contributions, my acolytes! Revel in this divinely abundant food!
Everything is of the finest quality. Amani quality. You have fine
The den has been ravaged with vermin. If we deal with that problem, the elders will be more favorable with us. Take a Grimlings. They are always up for a meal.
This area is compromised. It is vital to our mission that you secure it.
How's Hunter feeling? Pretty middle of the pack, but You know, there's gonna be a lot of tuning, so I have no idea how it'll end up.
This world is dangerous, but so are we.
It's looking like it's the best. No, I think it's MM. I'm leaning MM to be the best, and then yeah, I think it's MM, and then I think Serve and BM are kind of tied. At this point. There's probably like MM, then Serve equals BM, something like that. I can have every true shot for big pulls as MM, too long of a cooldown. I think you're just in key too low problem. I think that feeling will go away the second you start doing higher keys, but right now we're just locked into M0s. That's all we can do. But the second we can push past to like even just 10s, I feel like you'll be fine. Because the way it worked on beta is you would have a cooldown for a pull, and then you have a pull that's smaller that like you wouldn't have cooldowns for, and then you would do a pull with true shot and you would destroy everything, and then you would have a pull that's smaller without true shot, and then your tank pull's really big, and then you true shot. That's pretty much how every key on the beta felt like, but that's because we were doing like high keys, I guess. Higher keys than M0s. But right now, I think if I send a cooldown on a pack, it's dead before my true shot's even over. So I feel like MM will be competitive for an M plus spot as it was in the War Within. Right now, I think it's a little worse than it was. I feel like last season it was like A tier, like high A tier. And this season, right now, I feel like it's high B tier MM. That's probably where I would put it now. Like in season 2 and season 3, MM was pretty good. In season 1, it wasn't very good. I don't know if you're remembering that season or not. But that season was like distinctly very dominated by survival specifically, and then BM, and then MM. But in season 2 and season 3 of the War Within, I feel like MM was decently like, middle of the pack A tier or high A tier every season. Like it was pretty decent. In season 2, it was my preferred spec of push to push with. And then in season 3, it was like a little bit worse in BM. Which meant I would just play BM instead, but update on the server drama. Turns out it was quite easy for them to take it. Oh, so they answered your ticket and they were like, oh yeah, we can just fix this, and then they fixed it. Wait, that's awesome.
Look at how well my plan worked.
You still had to buy it? Okay. Well, that's still better than my other workaround, which was like transfer off and transfer back. So that's good that at least you got it in like a decent way, I guess. Yeah, that's good. That's good. If this varies up. Oh, that was crazy. I was like, I guess it's not here, and then I was flying away, and then I saw it spawn in. Yeah, that was clean.
We embrace a new future. Do
Do I think Blizzard will nerf our performers on the 17th? I think they're gonna do a bit of both. I think ideally they have a middle line, and they pick a spec to be the middle line. Usually that middle line is supposed to be like BM or something. Usually like a spec that is typically on the easier side is the middle line.
let us exchange words.
And then they just put everything a little closer to it. So let's say they pick the midline. Let's say they want DPS to do like 100k single target. And then they just go through and they're like anything above 100k, they're like, oh, Demolock simming like 130 on Holy DK is like 130. Okay, let's bring those down like 3% each. There's some specs doing 70k. All right, let's buff those 3%. And then they'll let the dust settle, see if they over buffed, over nerfed, whatever. and then do it again. And I think they're gonna do that like 4 times. Yeah, four scheduled is kind of a lot. It's to the point where like things should get pretty balanced. If they do that 4 times, I would assume that everything gets pretty balanced at the end of that. And if there's any crazy outliers, they can get more than just 3% at a time, like maybe a 5. BM def needs big tuning at least. Strong in AoE, but outside of Bishorath and on single target, it's so dull. Yeah. They'll probably tune everything. Am I gonna play survival for Prague? Whatever ends up being better. Right now, I think survival is the spec I'm least interested in playing for Prague. But we'll see. I think I'm more interested in playing both MM and BM at this point. Here, let's swap to BM for fun. Yeah, there is plenty of balanced stuff in other games. I think League does balancing way better. They do tuning passes like every 2 weeks, right? I think it's 2 or 3 weeks if something's here brewing. It's a hotfix. Yeah, I feel like Riot approaches balancing much better. I feel like WoW's very hands-off with balancing. Like they do some tuning at the start of a patch, but then they kind of just let things happen for a while. I feel like there should be a lot of give and takes, at least until like the meta settles. If you're just a class that gets like under like represented early, like you kind of just fall behind in WoW. Hi, Sky Captain. How's the state of survival in BM? Both worse than MM. Luckily MM's looking pretty decent, so I think we'll probably just be sticking with that at this point. Hi, Noxiv. What am I up to? I am doing some of my world content on my hunter. I finished some of the abundance. Now I'm gonna do like a world quest sweep. Doing some quests for rep. Kind of stuff. Not sure if I played PvP at the last set of the War Within. I did. Yeah, MM was very powerful. It was kind of weird. It was like their last tuning pass of the season was the one that buffed MM. And they kind of left it there. Very interesting. You're hunting areas for the mount. Is abundance worth doing daily? You can't really do it daily. You can only do it like 8 times a week. So I think doing it daily like just would give you no resources once you get past your 8 for the week. What do you do abundance for? I think it's actually called a currency called abundance. Yeah, unalloyed abundance. But you like, I bought 2 mounts with it already. There's some mogs. I bought a couple of them. There's some toys. There's some other stuff. There's also crafting, which is really nice. Where's the vendor for that? It's at the abundance place and it moves around. So like right now it's in Harandar. Like right here, but it'll change in 56 minutes. How is worth is it to craft a weapon now? That's the only thing you shouldn't do. I think you should never craft anything early. I don't even think you can craft a weapon right now. I think you have to wait 2 more weeks. Which is a good thing, because I think if you crafted a bow right now, you would regret a lot of things. Potentially. I would be very careful with your first craft. Why is my chat more active than Tally, who's very good at WoW? I have no idea. Oh, how am I? Oh, I'm doing well. I'm doing some world content for some mounts and stuff. I'm gonna do this thing. I'm gonna do this event to get a cache. I gotta wait a little bit. Yeah, I would be careful. I do think crafting a bow first is my current plan, but I'm not going to do it until... Here, I have this command. Why is your damage trash in M0 as MM compared to your friends who play Lock and Mage? I'm not sure. You should be doing a lot of damage as MM right now, I think. I would recommend playing MM in your M0s. It does absurd bursts, and you shouldn't really lose to anyone because you should be outbursting them in an M0 scenario. Like, you should be able to kill bosses before they can ramp, and you should be able to kill trash before they can ramp. Like, they'll probably beat you outside of True Shot. Did I check Azur's new talents? Yes, I did. The The only thing I have different in my build is I have one choice node that I think is different. But I don't know which one's better. This one, Chakram gives you a lock and load, and this one, Chakram just does a big AoE hit. He has this one. I have this one. Maybe Twilight Requiem's better. An aim shot cast is lower now. I'm sure it's better. MM? Yeah, I think MM's better. Let me try a little bit of this. Yeah, this kind of looks like. Alright, but also I don't want to do MM for this world quest. Maybe it's fine. I feel like having my pet out's better. Yeah, let me look at his build. Yeah, this is the same now. Demon is disgusting RNG. If he spawns the right demon in from the apex, you can shoot all the arrows you want. Good luck. Yeah. MM fun. I think it's a little less fun than it used to be, but it can still be pretty fun. It does big bursts, and so that's pretty fun. That's the fun part. Doing big damage is usually fun. You mean the talent old and the new with volley? You opened big pull today, 400. It's real good damage, but the aim shot cast is slower and you don't really like it. Yeah.
Additional defenses are available. Activate them.
Out there.
The Shadow God are upon us.
There you go.
The enemy is approaching from the south. Don't let them reach the
The lock and load choice node feels bad since you just overcap on aim shot during 2-shot anyways, don't you think? I don't know. I don't think so. I feel like I actually kind of like that lock and load choice node being set to lock and load. Because there's a point at the end of your true shot where I feel like you do have a little bit of downtime. And it would be nice to just kind of like have that. Like the whole thing about Twilight Requiem is yes, you won't get that extra lock-in load now, but you'll do like another burst. Here's how much it did on like one target. I mean, it did like 1% of my damage. This is rounding up, so potentially less. What do I think about Devour Demon Hunter and M+? I think Devour is extremely, extremely good right now. I think it has a really good profile. I think in AoE it just demolishes. I think it has decent burst timings. I don't know, I think it's a very, very OP spec. Is aim shot cast slower now? Are you imagining it? I don't think you changed any of the aim shot talents. I think it's the same, but I can't tell. It's slower from the build from yesterday? I think it's the same. I remember hovering it and saying 2.2 yesterday as well. Or compared to what it was? Oh, like in War Within? Yeah.
Additional defenses are available. Activate them. The might of the devouring host is arrayed against us. Hold fast, champion. The enemy is gathering to the east. Shore up our defense. The enemy attacks from the north. Be on guard, champion.
This whole expansion, Costa, it's slower, but it's not slower from the build you were playing before this build. Do I find that Hunter is normally one of the better specs for Hunter? No, not really. I feel like it's pretty even between all of them. Like, I can go back to all the specs that were meta since I started playing Hunter a lot. So I started pushing high keys in season 2 of BFA. BM Hunter was the best then. Then it was season 3 of BFA, BM was the best. Season 4 of BFA, BM was the best. Then it was season 1 of Shadowlands, was the best. Then season 2 of Shadowlands, it was survival. Season 3 and 4 of Shadowlands were survival again. And then it went to Dragonflight season 1, where the best spec was, honestly, it was really balanced that season. I feel like it was any of them. I feel like they were pretty even. I was playing more BM that season, but I think you could have also got the same IO as MM. And then it was season 2 of Dragonflight, where I was playing survival. I think survival was the best then. And then season 3 of Dragonflight was... This is going to be a hot take. It was BM, but I feel like MM was sneaky good in some of the keys. And then in season 4 of Dragonflight, I think MM was definitively better. And then season 1 of The War Within was survival. Season 2 of the War Within was MM. Season 3 of the War Within was BM. And then right now we have no idea. So I would say no. I don't think MM's meta more often than the other two. I feel like it's pretty even. I think they've all had about the same number of seasons. I wasn't counting when I said all that right now, but I think they were pretty even. I got a little pet. Kai. That guy's cute. Little guy. You just want all the hunter specs from WAD? Serve, MM, and BM were just all great with their tier sets and stuff. Yeah, season 1, the War Within survival was peak. I feel like if they just went back to that design and left it like that forever, because there's other specs in the game that it feels kind of bad to be them, but like they haven't been changed that much. Like I think Havoc's one of them, where like Havoc hasn't gotten changes in 3 tiers. Dude, if that was survival from season 1 of the War Within and they just left it like that for 4 tiers, I would have been so happy. Like that would have been like peak happiness for like a year and a half. It just sucks that they decided to not work on Havoc and they decided to work on Survival Hunter. And I feel like they've made it worse almost every time they've touched it. Let's just go back to that version. How much help do you think BM needs to be at least considered playable? It's hard to say. I mean, it's relative, right, to other specs. Like it could be as small as 3%. It could need a lot more. Right now, its profile is not very good. I don't think it has a very useful profile. It's a very flat profile. Well, I guess it has to do a lot of damage to be that good and flat. Because there's other flat specs that are better, is the main problem. So if it was just tuned higher, it could have a place. But you can't have too many flat specs on one roster.
Silvermoon students have unique ways of studying the arcane. Perhaps you could learn a thing or two.
Yeah, DK had 2 S tier seasons back to back. DK had all last expansion. Hi, Sarcasm. After playing healer for a while, I'm seeing how tanks move around randomly without needing to. You're paying attention to more things as a healer you wouldn't have as a tank. Is that a good improvement for your awareness? Yeah, I think that's a really good improvement for your awareness. I think you do move around a lot unnecessarily. And I think realizing when you move around unnecessarily is really good. And like when you should be moving, you really only should be moving when you need to kite. Otherwise, it's really good to plant. If you can pixel stack the mobs, you can gain so much damage. The more you move, the more your DPS lose damage. Typically. But if you need to move to live, then that's more important. A dead tank will rip the key. And so there's a balance you're going to have to find. Unpopular opinion, but the best version of serve is the one with explosive shot. I don't think that's an unpopular opinion. I think that's actually the popular opinion. I think I've only ever known melee serve. So I started in like the very tail end of Legion. I came back to the game and resubbed. I never played Hunter before then. Before then, I played a lot of Rogue. Like only I was like a rogue one trick, and then I came back and I was like, I kind of want to change things up, and I made one of every class, and I played them all for like, I don't know, like about a day. This isn't proper. My DK, my old DK, I deleted it because I changed servers and I didn't want to like transfer it. But I had like another like 10 days on DK at the time. But I played everything for like a day and then decided that I like Hunter the most out of all those classes. I tried like every spec. I did like a 15 at the time on them, and then decided like 100 the most. But I never played survival before Legion, and that was when it was melee. So never got to experience that. And then Marsh, yeah, Marsh said the instant aim shots from WAD. Apparently there was a tier set in HFC where your aim shots were just instant. I don't know. Apparently it was cracked. I don't know. I never played it, but that sounds kind of nuts. Here's helping you out the most. Sakisum, I thought you already did. I told you to do like a 12 sweep on every roll, and I think you did in like season 2 of The War Within or something. Whatever happened to that? Okay, I know this is the boss hunter Discord, but I heard Og is back. Thoughts? That's good for the game. So when Og came to the game originally, a lot of people don't fully understand why Og was a problem for the high end and why it's better now. One, Og is really good right now. I think it might be meta, but if it is meta, I think that's really good and healthy. Because the problem with Og is it was buffing tanks and healers, right? So even if it was bad, every group comp needed a tank, a healer, an AUG. And then you had 2 DPS slots. It wasn't that it was a DPS taking a DPS slot. It was more like AUG was so mandatory that you kind of just needed an AUG in every single key to do an extra key level of living. And so it wasn't actually eating a DPS slot. It was now a new role that was introduced to the game, and only one spec could be that role. But they removed that rule. In the season 1 of The War Within, AUG was meta for the last time for that reason. They changed it so that now AUGs can only buff DPS. And so functionally now they're just a DPS. They're just the same as Devastation. They're just the same as Warlock, Hunter. You know, it's just a DPS slot. And so if it's meta, that's just rolling the die and getting, you know, AUG is one of the 3 best DPS right now. And so if it's meta ever again in the future, like, I think people won't mind, but I think people are scarred, but for the wrong reasons. Like, people who hate on AUG because it's AUG aren't paying attention that it's completely different from how it was back then. Like, it doesn't buff tanks and healers. It's just buffing DPS. And so if it's just buffing DPS, I think that's fine. It's just, if it's meta, it's because it's tuned well, which is the same reason Hunter might be meta, or Warlock, or Mage, you know? Every DPS has a fair shot. It's whatever does the most damage. And now that it's in this version, I think people freak out about AUG for no reason. There's a lot of, like, hatred towards AUG for some reason. They're like, oh my god, AUG's meta? Oh god, oh geez, not again. And I'm like, well, it's a different thing entirely now. So I don't know if you really need to. Does it actually do damage now though? Yeah, and that's why it's meta. It was one of the better specs on beta. So there was 5 good specs that were kind of like dominating beta, and it was Demo Lock. It was, I guess, Arcane Mage, but a lot of versions of Mage, to be honest. It was Unholy DK, it was Devourer Demon Hunter, and then it was AUG. And I will say it might be a little cope to say that AUG is meta. I mean, I have zero problem if it is one of the meta specs, because it's just another DPS now. There's nothing inherently wrong with AUG anymore, and so if it is meta, I think people won't have a problem with it. If anything, people are just stuck in the past and, like, upset about what it was like more than anything. But yeah, I don't know. It does decent damage. The one thing is, I do think AUG is usually a good. So just think of the nature of the way AUG is designed right now, right? So it does. Here, I guess let's. So it does some of its damage based on how much its group members do, right? So, and it does some of its own damage itself. Specifically, like Scale Commander does more damage of itself, and Chrono Warden is more of its group's damage. But let's just say, for simplicity, let's say half of its damage is itself, and half of its damage is its group. Right? Let's just keep it simple. And let's say everything's tuned equally. Everything does 100,000 DPS. Then there's no reason to play AUG over something else. If it's doing 50k and everything else is giving it 25k, 25k, then it's just doing 100k, and then at that point you would probably just pick raid buffs, right? However, let's say there's two specs that are doing like, I don't know, 150,000 DPS. Every other spec in the game is doing 100k, including AUG. Instead of stacking another one of those specs, you could just play an AUG, at which point you would have like the third best class. It would be those two best specs and then AUG. Because it's a support spec, right? So if the game's unbalanced, AUG stock like rises. Like it's a curve that scales with how unbalanced the game is at the moment. The more unbalanced the game is, the better AUG is. However, with 4 tuning passes, even if AUG is untouched, every time they nerf any of the good specs, they're technically nerfing AUG a little bit. Anytime they're tightening the spread of the different specs, let's say a spec's doing 130 right now, there's a spec doing 70k. AUG is really good because it's buffing 2 of the 130 classes. Let's say both those classes are now doing 100k. Well, AUG is also nerfed because of that. If everything's doing 100k, it's not inherently better than something else. So now it's balanced in a spot where if something is... It also has its own damage input, right? Because I was talking about earlier, let's say the scenario where it's half of its damage is coming from itself, half its damage is coming from the group. Let's say that 50% that comes from itself, let's say it's really high. You know, then all of a sudden it's just another DPS that's tuned well. Yapping about AUG for 10 minutes. Oh wait, it's the guy. Wait, Corchester's the troll from the other day. He came back after the timeout. How is that Prey World Quest not completed yet? Well, I'm waiting. I'm specifically trying to hunt. You don't actually want to complete it. There's tech. You want to actually see these traps. You want to look for these. And then you only do the world quest when it's like about to finish. Because the traps are really good progress. But I couldn't find one while I was yapping. And all of a sudden I found 2. That's the tech. You want to solve like, I think it's like 4 traps or something, and then you just progress. To the hunt.
Subtlety isn't your strength, is it?
I don't see any more things though. I do think if I finish the quest now, I'll be like done. I think that's enough traps. Did I turn blind? No, there's one more, but I was milking the last one. But I think it might be, because I think
Cannot have them gaining the upper hand.
I'm still like fully understanding or still like fully learning about the prey system, but I think once you do that quest, the traps go away. Yeah, now I'm like 80% done with the prey. If I find like a rare or like some random treasures, I'll be good. What if there's like a good UI for Prey yet that tells you exactly what percent you are? Hmm. Where is it? Well. A good UI should be to play Priest. The dock seem to have a lot of treasures. And where's that? Like up here? Oh, wait. I found a red thing. This one should max me. I pray out. Oh, that guy just found it. Can I fix my Mog? I like the bod one. Just north of him. Okay, I stumbled upon some stuff here, but I am gonna like farm praise in a little bit. Darn, I need one more. So I'll probably head there next. It's like negative prio. Am I playing BM? Fortitude the Bear is a passive now. It's not an active anymore. They changed it so it's just if you hover it right here, it says damage reduced by 3%. It's just a passive. They removed it, but they gave us Roar of Sack instead. So now we have Pet Sack. It's really good. Nice. He's up. Yeah, Joselina, I am playing BM right now. I think it's really good for world questing and stuff. Any of the pet specs in general. Let's see. The abundance moves in 25 minutes. Yeah, Costa, I like doing all the quests and collecting stuff. So I play more than just raid. And plus and stuff. Randomized hard. Travel to the Void Storm. But yeah, so people were wondering yesterday how to get past 120 veteran crests. You just need to do randomized hard mode hunts and you can go all the way to 200. For Mythic Raid, I'll probably be MM at the moment, but I am still unsure. Might play either. MM. Yeah, Inhex got me. But yeah, wait, back to Gromzy. Yeah, I think Og has a decent chance right now. So we'll see once the tuning happens. I think Og's one of the like has a better chance right now, but as things get more balanced, as I was talking about, might fall off a little bit. I do think it's gonna be really good in raid. Oh dang. Wait, 2 majors back to back. Yeah, let me look for the little... There should be traps here.
Do not end them yet. Savor the hunt and let the artifact.
Yeah, see these? So if you don't do the quest and you just run over and you activate all these, this is apparently like insane tech to get there really fast. Like each of these is like 5% of your hunt progress or something. And sometimes they become a remnant. There's just more of this. What's the best skills? I feel like Dark Ranger might be better for M0s right now. It does more AoE. Right now I'm playing some pack leader, but I think I might recommend Dark Ranger in the future. Like watch, if I hitting Beast Shield does like a bunch of damage right now. Like it's my #1 damage source right there on that 3-pack. Kind of crazy because it gets beast cleaved. Nice. People showed up for the rare I pinged. Can I see you tomorrow? Good night, Costa. If I just start the fight, they'll start attacking. I know they will. Do I think BM will be buffed? Yeah, I think it's pretty likely that it gets buffed at this point. It did just have a really good season, so I don't think it'll be meta. Blizzard likes to let other specs shine, I think. But I do think BM will have a decent chance. Leveling's too hard this time around. What level are you, Rick? Dang, that guy just told me to do more damage. Wasn't doing enough. Do I think BM suffers? Yes and no. So it's just a profile difference. There's been really OP flat classes before, like Survival Hunter in the end of Shadowlands when it was OP and everyone was playing with like 2 or 3 Survival Hunters in their keys and Industrial Locks. That was a really flat profile. You didn't really have bursts. If you look at like the logs, it was just like flat across the board. it had some small cooldowns. Like every time they got a red bomb, that's kind of like a cooldown. But it just also had too much damage, is the thing. It was doing like way too much damage, basically. So like BM, if it were to be good, just needs to be doing a lot more damage, I guess. But having a flat profile isn't innately a bad thing. If it was like, for example, let's say just for effect, let's double our damage. So instead of doing 30k right now, I'd be doing 60. All of a sudden I'm just insane, right? So like it's not to say that the profile itself is bad. It's just there's a point at which it would be good again. But it's flat and low, which is a bad thing. Because the thing is bursty classes, if they're low overall, can still be useful. Like MM, for example, is extremely useful, and it's only like a little bit better than BM. But because it's so bursty, it actually has some value still. Why am I doing hard praise? Oh yeah, that's a rare. Yeah, let me see if any traps respawned. It looks like oh no, that's not a trap, that's a person. That's Bluebird. For the crest? Yeah, I think it'd be nice to cap my crest, at least on my main. I don't know if I'll do it on my alts. I might do it on my split alts, so like my main two. Probably my druid and my monk. Oh, I missed these traps. I think these traps are gonna go away after I defeat this guy. Let's test the theory. Oh, but we won anyway, so it doesn't matter. Nice. Yep, Bansher and Bansheesh. How many 90s? I have 4, and I was gonna do my Warlock soonish. I was really liking Affliction. Hopefully they nerf Demo and they buff AF. I think AF would be kind of fun for an alt. Are we playing BM? For fun. Here you go. Unfollowed and reported. I was having just more fun on AF, I think. But maybe I need to do content that lives on Demo to understand it better. Is that the best spec? Yeah, I think so. How come my main command didn't work? Oh, there we go. I'm inside a true shot. Yep, that's just the nature of bursty specs. Every bursty spec will basically feel exactly like that. Unless they're OP. In which case they sometimes don't feel like that. Yeah, 15 Dawn Crests. Oh, I have to pick this. Oh, darn. I thought I was going to get everything. RNG. Did MM get buffed? Two things happened. One, they fixed. For those who play MM, you might know this talent. It's called Unerring Vision. It wasn't working for MM, so they fixed that bug. So that made your true shot a lot stronger. And then Survival Hunter, there was a bug. So if you play Survival Hunter, you know Tip of the Spear, how you tip all your abilities. There was a bug where it was buffing Boomstick twice. And so they fixed that bug. It only buffs it one time now. But because of that, MM's a little bit better and Survival's a little bit worse. And so with both of those things happening, MM ended up being better. That was like 2 or 3 weeks ago though. As far as I know, nothing's changed since the expansion dropped for Hunter. But BM also had some changes in that at the same time. So like they made it so that our nature's ally spawns a little bit better. It's kind of nice. As MM, make sure you have bullet storm stacks. That's the main thing you care for MM. So rapid fire gives you stacks of bullet storm, and it makes your aim shots like do more damage. As long as you have that, you want to prio aim shots. Where's this moth? He's on the flower. He's like he's like in the flower. Yeah, feels weird. And the war within FR is more important. Yeah, there are some talents you can take to make rapid fire better. Right now, I think that whole build's worse. However, with tuning, that could change. Like, let's say they just next week, like what they do to MM is like they buff rapid fire like 10% or something. Like that could change our build. Like where we end up putting our damage and stuff. I think it's under me, yeah. But how under me? I think it's like in the cave. Yeah, a lot of people sleep on BM. I think BM is completely fine. It's very, very mid. It's great at questing, specifically, which is why I'm playing it here. It's always been one of the better questing specs. Oh, wait, there's a rare right here. And it's one of the ones I need. Also, do you aimed into arcane shot into rapid fire if you already have sentinels mark up, or do you just aimed again? Spamming praise. Yeah, I think spamming praise on your main 3 lick is probably worth. Cool looking trinket and has leech. Yeah, I don't know what your main 3 are at this point. If you already have Sentinel's Mark, I think at this point, you want to spend that precise shot. The precise shots do more damage right now with our build that we're playing. Yeah. Well, it's not that we're wasting the Sentinels mark. I think it's more that like we'd be wasting the precise shot, because when you spend the aim shot on the Sentinels mark, you're gonna just get another precise shot, you know? But they kind of like changed our damage allocation, and I think it's more worth to spend that precise shot now. Especially in single target. Look at the APL. Yeah, in single target and AoE, you do that. That's not just a single target thing. Yeah. I was looking specifically for a clause, if there was like a clause for like if volley's down or something can for AoE. But I looked, I don't think I see one like that. Sneaky. This guy's like right here. And my hunt with my moth grind's kind of nice. I was Hunter's tankiness right now. Very tanky. Very, very tanky. I feel like they're like one of the like top 5 tanky specs right now. Like I would say DKs are definitely like number 1 on the tankiness meter. And Hunter's not DK by any means, but I do think it is extremely good. Oh, my prey spawned up here. Oh, and then I fell. Nice. You got him. All that does not even have the moth up here, I don't think. Oh, it's up this one. Ah. What do I think the best hunter spec is? Right now I think it's MM. But that can easily change. There's 4 tuning passes on the way. Does Vault become available next week? I think it becomes available on the Heroic Week. Oh, I need this guy. Change with tankiness at midnight? Very little. We've just been very tanky for a long time. It's more that other specs got less tanky. So there was a massive pruning, you know? A lot of specs lost a defensive. A lot of specs lost utility. We actually gained 3% damage reduction from our bear. And we gained an external. So like we can make someone else tankier too. By just us existing in the group.
The den has been ravaged with vermin.
So like we did gain a very small bit, but the more important thing is that every other class basically lost a defensive. Especially like mage. Like some classes lost a lot of defensives. I think mage lost 2 defensives. Kind of a lot. Could that be a class that didn't really lose but actually gained like a small bit? Kind of crazy in the grand scheme of things.
Such energy. If I could command but a fraction of it.
Is that you give him praise, a champion item? You get 2 veteran items from your first 2. But going past that, you get veteran crests, so you can cap your veteran crests by spamming these.
Sinu Amanore. Listen well, these thorn speakers have strayed from their path. Harvest their power for our cause.
Back to every song. I'm almost capped on my crests again. Let's see, we're at 150. We get 15 per. Not bad. I'm gonna look up the word soulbound. I want to clear my bags a little bit. What's in my PvP set right now?
come back with some better stories.
I wonder if this recipe sells for anything. 14. I'll be nice to someone. You really don't want to cap veteran this week, so you don't think you're gonna? There's no downside in it. And then also, like, you still have next week to cap too if you just don't feel it this week, but you get the urge next week or something too. I'm just doing it so I don't feel like there's a mountain ahead of me. I'd rather like keep myself maintained. Because I know myself, and if I see that I have to do like 20 next week, I'll be like, I definitely am not doing that. All these lights I feel like don't exist. It's next week M plus? Next week is not M plus. It's on the 24th, so pretty far out. Morning, Alfie. On the 17th? Yeah, it's on the Mythic week. So this week they're releasing like the PvP season, and they're releasing like normal, heroic, LFR, first wing. And then this week is when M plus comes out. And the mythic raids. There's a Flamebird. This one? This is Alunira. It's from Dragonflight. Or not Dragonflight, it's from the War Within. No, I don't have enough Torment to major one. I'm gonna ping that for now. '17th has base mythics going to a daily lockout. Oh, that is true. Yeah, it's base mythics there, but also they also raise their item level to champion track. Is BM any fun now? I think pack leader BM is a little sad with how fun the gameplay loop was last season for pack leader. But Dark Ranger has its own little charm to it. Still. Oh, there's so many traps this time. How come last time there was like no traps? I feel like I like looked everywhere and I couldn't find like a single trap. And now I see just like a bunch. The abundance swap. Oh, I went to Void Storm. Oh, that's so good. I want it to be in Void Storm for a while. That's the last zone I need for all the achievements I need. I have like 4 or 5 achievements that I'm gonna fill out the second I go there. Oh, you meant my pet. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, this is actually from Mythic Farok. If you get this mount, getting this mount gives you like a license that lets you tame this pet. The pet's called Naki. If you want to look it up. Is it safe to spend veteran Dawncrest? Technically, yes. There's potentially like better ways to spend it than others.
My magic reveals their
Nice. I got the prey up already.
Go cover it in blood.
Why Raban is a pet? It's because he has Mortal Strike and a lot of mobs heal, or have healing capabilities. So it's typically just like the best one to have just in general. I also have some scale hides for pet taunting and stuff. I don't know. I feel like Akiris are a little overhyped. They're just fast. Our dagger's troll. Not if you're pack leader. Here, I have a command in the title that talks about exactly that.
I would have expected no less of a hunt from such hardy foe.
I feel like my hunts are kind of slow. That's fine. I should be getting like sub 5-minute hunts, I think. I was going at a good pace. You're still debating IMM or go fully serve for a tier? I think it'd be good for you to make like a snap decision at the last second. Like after you see a bunch of tuning.
Is small in stature.
That's what I would recommend.
Power. Do not underestimate them.
I think if you make a decision right now, like let's say you hard commit, you like craft today, which I wouldn't recommend at all. You like start statting yourself for MM or survival, sorry, and then all of a sudden they buff MM or something like a lot, like a 10% buff, something crazy. That just makes you be like, oh well, I probably should swap. Here, let me fish for a little bit actually. It's gonna seem irrelevant, but I want to get my abundance capped. Oh, I'm not getting fishing levels at guaranteed anymore. Maybe I should fish in Suleiman. You were fishing for like 8 hours in the voice room and it's yet to drop. Is that the only place to get it? Yeah, void storm fishing. Okay. Nice. I got one of the shards of. Wait. That's weird. I need one more. Yeah, I was gonna go for that next, I think. Maybe not next, but at some point I need to do the void storm fishing for this. I was gonna make my first purple craft was gonna be a fishing rod. Lucky from a treasure chest from any area. Hmm. It's like flying around those little ones that are just everywhere. Like in each zone has like its own kind. Oh, so the treasure chest is also from fishing. Got it. The oceanic vortex. Silver Moon shorelines. Should I go fish up there right now? You mean like you're telling me to go like right like here maybe? Is it like a specific wreckage that I have to like fish up? Or is it like yeah, let me do some research myself too. Hmm. All right, I'll farm over here. Interesting. But I also still haven't gotten my last shard of Dun Dun. My 7 out of 8. Maybe I should try relogging. I have a feeling it's gonna be in my mailbox when I log back in. No, it didn't work. Because I have some rewards awaiting for me in the Endeavor coffer. What does that mean? Something with my house? What am I doing fishing here? I'm trying to get another shard of Dun Dun right now. Stumpy up. There's also a chance for a mount. It's this guy. Apparently there's higher odds if you swim in, or fish in Void Storm, but you can also get it here. Guilty got it from 49. Okay, I think I'm just gonna go do the... What is this? Hello. My advice for survival right now, I'm leaning towards Sentinel two-hander. But in general, I would say I would wait for tuning because it could go either way. It could be casting a lot of different things. Oh, it's kind of inviting me to a group. Okay, let me go back to him. Actually, I think he's about to give me something. He's hunting me. I'm gonna follow him. Is this where you fish something? How did I find the things for my mount? Oh, kind of nice. Just fish together. I got a quest. That was neat. I wanted this Loa. This is Ulamon Loa. But for Alunira, you have to farm 10 crystals from Isle of Dorn. Any mob that you kill, um, yeah, it can take a while. It took me like 8 hours to farm Alunira. Oh, I got my last shard. Nice. Alright, kill stuff and Isle of Dorn? Yeah, just non-stop. There's another mount that you can farm in the zone that I would recommend farming at the same time. It's called the Cinder Brew. One of these bees. Is this one? The Soaring Meter Bee? If you do the bee farm, you can get... You'll probably get some crystals while you're doing it, and it's a good just mob grinding spot. So like once you get the bee, you can keep farming in that area for a long time and keep just getting more and more crystals. Yeah, one crystal from rares. Interesting. These bar you can grind at the same time. Yeah, that was also what I did, but I think the Seasbarg stuff is more optimal in another zone. I don't know if I would like really recommend doing it in there. They like nerfed a world quest that I did for my grind. Yeah, we called it the crab cave and we farmed it, but that one got patched for us. Ooh, PvP helmet. Nice. $38.51. Wait, this is right at the abundance place. Hmm. God, meat. Nice, someone bought my pattern that I put up. All right, we'll go back to fishing in a little bit. Oh. Wait, Noob's doing the Violescence farm. And should I know when Delve Hall of Fame thing is? I think it's open during Heroic Week, from my understanding. But I don't know for a fact. Oh, I just got zooted around. I don't think that's the right word for what just happened to me. Oh, I'm getting all the achievements. Nice. 10% attack power. I mean, they just need to fix that. Fix lethal barbs and then like change lethal barbs and then change it. You hear anyone talking about it? Yes, I would recommend maxing out your companion. I'm actually probably going to do that next week. Maybe add a small bleed to them. I mean, that'd be really nice for all of the changes. Guardian Druid and Max Companion is going to be insane. That's true. Are you going to put the Companion on DPS? They capped Valyria to level 45 or something simple. Wait, Simple, if you ever want to grind your Delve companion, let me know. There's a Delve that I want to do, but I would like to do it in a group at level 7, I think, is the grind. If you want to make a date, we could do that. Only if you want to, though. Actually, yeah, healer seems broken with heals, but also just big DPS. Hmm. I'm getting lagged out right now. Holy. I unlocked his travel method for purchase. What is that? Toy. You are whisked away to the current abundant location. Wait, that seems really good for traveling around. Huh. I'm gonna empty my abundance amount. I do 2 more runs. 18, but only because we're doing level 1s. Yeah, my Valera is 15 right now. What level do I think you must be to get invited to Mythic Plus on the 17th? I would say if you're like 240, Pugs should be very nice to you. So you have another week of M0s. But 240 is like pretty much where you should expect to kind of be. Because you're going to have some pieces below it because you didn't loot those pieces maybe. Like I haven't looted gloves, shoulders, cloak, chest, bracers yet. But another week and I probably should be able to. Wouldn't mind that all of Blizzard decides they want to Blue Wheel to be pet based and to hit more explosive based. Yeah. I don't mind there being 2 different like builds. What's a hybrid blood? Yeah, I really want to do the Delve Simple on my Hunter. Ideally, I don't have to play one of my alts to do it, but that might just be the answer. Like, I just play Bear or my Brew. Regardless if I do it on an alt first, just to get the achievement, I'm going to do it again on my Hunter, for sure. Maybe I do it as each spec, too. That'd be kind of fun. Damn, Jeans, I helped you a lot last expansion for Hunter, and you really appreciate everything you do. You're awesome. Keep it up. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, my final abundance.
You shall be benevolently rewarded in abundant kind.
At least on the hunter. Might turn on another alt to get some of the cosmetics. Yeah, 13-minute nemesis boss. Simple. I was like hitting my soft enrage. There was a point where I was like seconds from dying when I did mine. Like I was out of defensives, and I think the next time she did the suck, I would have died. It was like such a tight check for me with my gear. You mean it, damn Cheens? Have a great night. Well, thank you, I appreciate it. Hope you also have a great night, and also wish you luck in midnight. It's the start of a cool expansion, I think. How's BM feeling? BM's feeling okay. I don't know. It could use some more damage, but I don't know if BM will get any buffs at this rate. Because we were so good last season that, like, I don't know. I could see Blizzard being like, no, not 2 seasons in a row. You're trying to find the fastest L to do this on 7? I could tell you right now, it's going to be the Sporosaur special. It was yesterday's delve though, so it'll cycle back. But the next time it's there, simple, we should do it. Did he get buffs? No. Yeah, I did all of them, and I think this is the best one. But it was yesterday's, so. It'll be Sunday's story? I think so. But the next time it's up, if you guys want to 3-man grind it, I vote someone should play tank. I'll see, how many of these do I have? I really thought that was Wallet, and I was like, there's no way Wallet stomached a third character while I like looked away for 2 seconds. Because I swear he was like annoyed at leveling his second character like yesterday. Wait, this zone is so laggy.
Do not end them yet. Savor the hunt and let the artifact consume their fear.
Is there no dead pet add-on for BM? There is. It's called Class Reminders. I think that's the one I was using. It like tells you if your pet's on passive and if it's dead. It also tells you like if you don't have Arcane Intellect or something on your mage. Can I repeat the name? Class Reminders. It's this one. I can tell if I'm lagging really hard. I think I'm just lagging really hard. This is the most ridiculous quest I've ever seen with how laggy it is.
Wonderful terror.
This is hilarious. Imagine with the MM build with double tap, should we use volley first and then true shot on your rotation, which you normally do? I like to, I mean, it kind of depends on the pull. On single target, at least, I like to drop a volley and then rapid fire to get 20 stacks of bullet storm. And are we changing talents with the new tier set? We don't know yet. I think it's more that we don't really know yet. But keep an eye on If you keep an eye on here, we'll have answers for you, but also um the WoW Head and Icy Veins guides. So anything that the theory crafters do, like as your Therian or something, they'll keep that up to date, and then I'll also post stuff here as that comes out. AoE, volley or true shot first. I was liking volley more, or volley first still, but I think in AoE it's a little more complicated. I'm not entirely sure. All right, I'll be right back. I'll go to the bathroom. All right, we're back. Let's see. What is this world quest up here? I think getting a PvP helmet's gonna be nice. But to be honest, maybe Voidstorm is just banned for a bit. Hey, Lick, have you done um the Vile Essence mountain yet? Things if you volley and then true shot, the double tap doesn't get the true shot buff. Yes, that is true.
Beasts could use a good taming. Then you can use them in battle.
Yeah, it's tough to know where the value is better to place it. I still think it's better to hit it before. I think it's better before in single target, but in AoE, I think you would want to do it after, actually. It's hard to say. You've done 0 mounts so far. Do you want to do one, or do you think you don't have time? Apparently, it's like a 3-ish hour grind. I was gonna go on either my bear or my brew and do it. Because I think it'd be easier if I was on a tank. You can't until Marsh pulls you? Hmm. You're in the Delve grind currently. Oh, are you getting Renown 45? Or what do you mean by Delve grind? Hey, Yarv. Experiment 7s. Gotcha. Wait, are Yarv and Lick friends? Are you guys best buds? I didn't know this. Oh, you came from Yarv's guild? Wait. Full circle. Awesome. Yarv's guild, Diff guild. You're tired of us. Huh. That's how everyone feels. Oh shit, Yarv with the sub and the gift. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. Give pet. It's a good pet. Nice, and I finished my world quest at the same time. This is great news. You should have the pet now, I believe. Yarv, have you ever drank beet juice? Yeah, not your type of thing. Unfortunate. I'm having some right now. Like beets and celery. I wouldn't recommend it for flavor. You drink olive juice? Wait, how is that? I don't think I've ever had that. What kind of olives? It was just green? Hmm. You gross someone out by taking a swig? I mean, it doesn't sound great, but I love trying new things as long as they're not dangerous for me. So that sounds kind of cool. Stuff is good. Ooh. Wellness shots? Yeah, these are good. Do they make you feel healthy afterwards? They always make me feel healthy afterwards. I think MM's the go-to spec. Yeah, currently. Thing is with potential tuning in the future, like, you know, easily could be one of the best specs in the game eventually, but right now I would say it's pretty like middle of the pack. Has really powerful burst. So has a place. It's kind of fun. You already crafted a dagger? Oh, no, that's the only thing I recommend. Just don't craft anything right now. At the very least, you should craft on like heroic week, but even then I'm not crafting until mythic week for sure. The only thing you can do now is like wasting a spark. Like the only thing you can do bad, I mean, is like wasting a spark right now. I would recommend nobody craft. Unless you don't care about the meta. That's the only time I would say you can craft whatever you want. Like if you don't care about your performance, but if you care about your performance at all, I would recommend not crafting. Not crafting anything. Yeah, because like, let's say all of a sudden they buff BM Hunter like 8%. It's like, oh, okay, I should make a ranged weapon. Let's say they nerf survival 5%. It's like, oh, well, I already crafted first survival weapon. My DK have the name on dead shares? No, it's Banshers with a Z at the end. My DK. Ooh. Oh, that was my last rare. I didn't even know. I beat Voidstorm. Nice. Survival only. Yeah, I mean, if that's the case, I would still probably wait because you don't know if you're going to be a two-hander survival or a one-hander survival. But there's another viewer of mine that no matter the tuning, they're going to play pack leader survival. Like, they don't care. They're going to play dual wield pack leader survival no matter if it's good, bad, if Sentinel's better, if pack leader's better. And in that case, I was like, well, in your case, maybe you can craft a dagger. Like, if you're so locked in and you like have this thematic that you really like. But either way, like, you also, let's say you loot a mythic weapon or something the first week. You know, like maybe you can then craft like a necklace or boots or whatever, you know? Oh, Judy, read if gay. Hello? Nothing you know of yet? Oh, it's Mini shared the raid prep. There's some stuff here I posted, but you go to the thing on the 10th and finding out. Nice. Does your guild have a big event on the 10th? Pre-raid meeting? That's probably a really good time to do it. Raid time on the week before. Is weapon the best craft for ranged hunters? Typically, it's your best first craft, but it's not always your best long-term craft. And so depending on what your goals are, you might want to craft early, you might want to craft late, like late term, short term. It really just depends on like your goals and how you want to like go about achieving them. Most hunters will end up crafting a weapon on the first mythic week or the second mythic week if they didn't loot the item that they were hoping for.
Metal is no match for magic.
So we have 180 crests. I need to do 2 more of these. Those videos you posted or something? Are they the ones he pinged me about? Okay, okay.
Sinu Amanore. Jorel. Not even the fast riders are immune to corruption and treachery.
It's in Harindar. Wait, Lick, when are you doing the merch stuff? Did he give you a time? Game feels like it does nothing outside of bestial. Yeah. So did all side quests go away when I completed that one quest? Where's Greenzool? I'm gonna go see if there's side quests at this island. I have to make a new character to start my grind. A rare? A rare that I haven't fought yet. My bear does so much damage. So funny. In a perfect world where all hunter specs deal the same damage, which one would I prefer to progress with? Right now, it's probably survival, but depending on the patch, there's a different answer. Every single patch, if you ask me that question, I'd probably give a different spec. Right now, it's probably survival with the way all three of them play. I feel like BM's missing something. I feel like MM's missing something, and survival feels pretty good right now. All things considered. But in the past, it's been BM in some of the patches. It's been MM in some of the patches. So, like, considering all tuning was the same, it's the playstyle that I really am enjoying.
Oraka Hashura. Allah bless you. Always welcome among the Winneba.
I think this is the quest where I get help. I get a guy to grind with me.
Do you need protection? Bright-eyed shadow bless your hunt. Oraka, friend of Halazi. It is an honor to battle beside you. I fight for the Winterbark. May Halazi hide you from your enemies.
Hmm. How can you track the interrupts in dungeons? You just can't. I got pack to dual wield. Do I spam retro check very much? Yes. It's the only button you really hit. To be honest. Why am I looting? Like none so far. You're right. Bomb with tip and boomstick, and then that's on CD or after strike. Yeah, more or less. You actually don't really even really hit bomb. You only hit bomb when you are in your wyvern window to extend it.
I fight for the Winterbuck.
Strange not using your signature ability. I agree. I really hope they change that, like they buff bomb damage or something. I don't know. Feels weird. Their buff incoming? I don't think so. It's the only spec for Hunter that I would recommend typically just like not playing right now. Unless there's buffs. But if there is tuning, then I don't know. You should be ready to play it. Like you should kind of know like typically how it plays, but be ready to play one of the other two. I think is more likely the answer. Looking like MM's looking to be the best right now. Wyvern should spawn. Yes. Yeah, it's the wyvern that sometimes spawns. It spawns every like maybe like every minute or so. Typically. What's the best way to level all? It's main story and delves. Yeah. I would say side quests are also really good. So looking at doing that mount grind. Yeah, I ended up just finding a pug right now. I'm just pugging it this way.
You got orders, Mr. Malone?
And it looks to be the best. Yes, by quite a bit. I would say like typically at this point, I don't think there's a reason to play a spec that isn't MM unless there's like a need for melee kick or something. So I plan on basically only really playing MM at this point. There's a lot of tuning incoming though, so I could easily change what we play, but I'm just ready to play whatever I need to for high-end content. What mount am I grinding? This guy.
Oraka, friend of Halazi.
You need 1,000 Vile Essence. I have 12. You like survival, but MM was your main last? Yeah. Just remember that, like, it's still early, and there's a lot of tuning, and there's a lot of things still being figured out. New talent builds being discovered constantly. People are like, oh, this is actually good. Like, a talent that was bugged maybe got fixed, so on and so on. So I would just be prepared to swap around. Could be BM, could be survival, could be MM. If you care about chasing whatever is better for Hunter, then it's good to be open to change, I think. They're kind of understanding how they all work, and then it should be good. MM is bugged? No, I don't think so. Why? Did you find one?
Do you need protection?
He's got a veteran one hand. Is it a dagger? If you're playing Scent, the answer is no. If it's a dagger, the answer is it might be good for specifically only pack leader. But if it's not a dagger, then it's basically just fodder. Like, it might help you upgrade something at some point, but if it's like an axe or a sword, you go rolled, sadly. But with tuning, that could change too. So like right now, the only weapon that's worth using is a dagger, and it's only with pack leader. But if they change tuning to make it so that all one-handers are equal, then maybe that's just better. It is a dagger? Well, there you go. I would keep it in your bags. It's useless for you right now, but if you get another dagger, you could play pack leader. The battery second offline is? Yep. Definitely. You want 2 daggers. If you have a sword or an axe, it's useless. You have a 220 dagger. I would say it's probably better just to play Sentinel with a higher item level weapon at that point. But you can probably try both of those and play pack leader. You'll probably do decent damage. Your sand weapons 220. Well, if they're the same, but like in your case, I would say try pack leader. Play some pack leader for your next dungeon if you're doing any more. Give it a whirl. It's pretty fun if you have 2 daggers, I think. By far the worst thing about Sarah is the weapon itemization. Yeah, I agree. Also, how you doing, Gara? It just stinks that swords and axes are just so bad. Surely they just fix lethal barbs and then buff one-handers or something. Like they make lethal barbs either focus regen or attack speed or I don't know, something. And then just buff one-handers to be stronger than they are. So there's no talents about attack speed, then it's all fine. Things off the swing timer. Yeah, lethal barbs is just bad design.
Do you need protection?
Which is the important talent that makes pack leader two-handed dual wield. It's you should always have it by default as long as your pack leader. It's called lethal barbs. It's like right here, but in the pack leader tree. It's like right here on the middle right. And you're pretty much always dual wield. There's nothing that makes pack leader two-hand really. Like you're just always dual wielding. I mean, with true shot at 1.5 or 2 minutes. I'd recommend the 2-minute. I think it's better. What M plus key can you reach in the first week? Nobody knows. Probably like 12. Why is dual wheel stunt not a thing? You don't have the talent. Lethal barbs. Well, first week. Yeah, historically that's what we've always done. Maybe the season's a lot harder or something, but probably. Are talents in the doc up to date? Yep. If you look at the document, the talents have a date next to them. So if they like look like they're really old, maybe they're out of date. Or if you have heard of something new in the community in the last, 24 hours, then maybe it'd be out of date at that point. But yeah, everything in there's always up to date. It's kind of the whole point of the doc. Every time I change my talents, they change in the doc too. Yeah. I mean, there are times where the doc's a little out of date. Like if it said like, like February like 20th or something on one of those, like that one might be out of date or something. But I try to keep them up to date. How's it going? We are at 38 Bile Essence. I'm basically just running like a very slow loop. I decided to do the grind on my bear. I think it would be probably best on the bear. I was thinking about the monk too, but I feel like bear moonfire is kind of OP. Doing anything? Yeah, I just wanted something like I might even go boomkin at some point, but I'm not sure. I just like the reach of bear and the tankiness combo. Bear is still getting shot. Yeah, at least the damage. I feel like the damage is like guaranteed getting nerfed.
Oraka, friend of Halazi.
I don't think it'll get nerfed tankiness wise at all.
Nago.
Oh, so I should spam this. I was using it like randomly at the start. Did you devour M0s today? Nice. How was it? You cranked? Nice. My Devourer is like pretty much up to par at this point. The skill's not really there, but the gear is looking kind of nice. Your guildie said you're the best they've seen on it? Whoa. Look at Green Soul. You're gonna drop the hunter? You're gonna be a devourer man? They might ask you to main it. I feel like you would be good at that. Like out of all the specs that I think would be good at Devour, like I think Havoc mains would be really good at it. And then I would put like mages and then probably like Serve Hunters. Because like of all the mobility and stuff. You gotta have caster brain. Yeah, but I think a really good Havoc Demon Hunter Green Soul I think has those skills. What kind of fresh? It's mainly just because like a really good Havoc was playing like the movement build for like all these years. And so you pretty much have to like know when to plant. I don't know. Like you don't have that like greed cast mentality like by nature. But I think if you were like an S tier Havoc, you would instantly just feel right at home on Devour, I think. They want you to like ramp your auto attacks. It would be really good on like single target, is what you guys are trying to have it do. Maybe. I feel like it just doesn't have to do anything with auto attacks. For it to be good. Suggestion? Yeah, I just feel like it should just be a very passive node. I like that that's what they got to do with it. It should just be like focus regen, just keep it really simple. Because that's the only shot you have at like getting a change, I think. Like Blizzard's only going to do very small changes these next couple tuning passes. And I think instead of trying to get something like complicated, I feel like just getting like anything that like fixes the problem would be good. So like 10% focus gen, like anything like Reduce cost of abilities is fine. Just anything really simple. Yeah, I mean, I think their solution, yeah, it seems convoluted. I feel like it'd be hard for them to implement, especially without like a beta cycle or something to like iterate on it. The key is nerfed. Oh, you can't Argentina after a follower dungeon anymore? $15-minute cooldown. Wait, honestly, that's fine. I feel like your dungeons are like 15 minutes anyway. Like maybe depending on the dungeon, it'll probably feel like it didn't matter. Death skips. You could also just not do any like Argentina between ones in the same zone. Like you could TP to like Void Storm and then just like fly to the other one. It's probably still like pretty efficient. Just port to like half of them or something. One guy wants merciless blows with hatchet toss. I think if hatchet toss with the boar was actually useful in any way, that would be sick. Putting a bleed associated with it would be cool. Because then it gets an AoE bleed out. That'd be kind of nice. I saw someone else say like, what if you cook so that like you throw a second boar and maybe you nerf boar. Like maybe boar is like 20%, 30% weaker, but throwing the hatchet toss throws another one. Something like that. Flaming native of hatchet toss instead of fiery autos. Yeah. Flaming hatchets. Would be kind of sick. I zoom. Finally back to gaming. You just bought Midnight. Nice. Well, good news for you, Zoom. Right now, pending future tuning, MM's looking like the better hunter spec. And I know how much you love MM. Center DR. It's sent for now. Who knows? Maybe they fix DR, but DR is not the DR you remember. They changed DR a lot, and it's not very good. It's also not fun at all. It feels very, very hurt by the pruning. You can like rezone. I lost my button. Wait, this whole group just followed me. That was funny. And I lost my button still. What if I dismiss him? Oh, take the other one? Oh. I see. Nice. I think bear is definitely the best play for this Greenzel. Having the instant mount, pretty OP. Big fan. As someone really clued into the survival community, would you say people are overall happy or dissatisfied with the spec in Midnight? Just curious since you never checked the Hunter Discord. Large split pulling and then grouping everything. Yeah, my group's falling apart. Where's Lick? I get Lick back in here. Lick. We have 2 slots for our mount group. If you want to come. Do I know how people are feeling? It's generally positive, Greenzel, because I think it didn't get pruned as much as the other hunter specs, but I think some people are definitely missing like I think there's some negativity about the tree. Like there, you know, the one node that makes you get 2 tips per kill command. I feel like that's actually the root of the weird cadence right now. It's like such an OP talent. You basically need that talent. What's my group called? I called it Vile Essence Farm. Lick, do you want me to hold the 5th spot for you? Zolan, you can come for the 4th spot if you want. We'll do it later, Lick? Okay. Daggers best? Swords are not good, sadly. Swords are like something that you pretty much want to avoid. The fantasy shift? I agree. I don't like boomstick. A lot of people really like boomstick, Greensoul, but I have a feeling they're blinded by damage. And they're not really considering the theme. Because every time I talk to someone, they're like, that likes it, I don't know. I feel like they almost always are like, yeah, I just love boomstick. Like, it's such an awesome button. I love it so much. But they're like, yeah, it does big damage. Like, it's awesome. It's like a wide cone. I don't know. But I feel like they're not thinking about the thematics whenever they say that. Oh. Can see it listed. I think I just invited you. Oh, the rare's up. Very on theme for dwarf. Yeah, but the thing is like, I don't think you should have an ability that's very on theme for one of the like, what, like 20 races that could be hunter, you know? Because I do feel very thematic on my dwarf, but like, why is my class Order Alliance? I'm Alliance. I put in the custom PvE section. You have people throughout the X-Pack asking if add you one-handers, not daggers in vault, and should they take it? Probably, yeah. Let's check on your Alliance character. Okay. Sacrifices might be... Where do we get Quasi plates? I don't know. You'd have to ask Quasi. I have no idea. Oh, there you are. Hi, Zolden. Are these something else? This is just plater. Here you go. If you want my plater profile, that's it. Isn't Quasi gone for good? Yes and no. He said he was gone for good, but I think he said that once before. He said that in like Shadowlands, and then he came back for fun. I think he loves the game. I think he'll be back at some point. There was just a lot of negativity around him. He messed up. I don't know. I feel like the community already kind of like forgot and forgave him. It was just big news in the drought of WoW, so everyone was talking about it. I think if that drama happened in the middle of the Race to World First, no one would have talked about it like at all. Just dumb drama. Yeah. Personally, I don't really care. I don't really use UIs like that, so like it had like negative impact to me. I was just like, oh man, there's plagiarism going on. What? Dang, that's unfortunate that all this is happening. But also, there's like no UIs. Everyone's freaking out about like they don't have stuff. Stuff's getting paywalled. I don't know. I was just sitting here with my default UI, just kind of vibing. My Quasi interview is lost media now. Yeah, he cleared all of his channels. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they just straight up deleted, or he straight up deleted my interview, I believe. I think you can reactivate his account. Like, I think he has that ability still. Not entirely sure. I've never done something like that. Interview was peak. It was a good interview. It got me a lot of exposure. That was like it transitioned my channel a lot, I think. I did feel a bit indebted to him. I think I gained a lot of exposure from that. At the same time, I don't like really know him by any means. I don't think I've ever played with him before. Good guy. I'm using AI to code. Yeah. I like how my group's just following me around. I kind of don't really know where I'm going, but I think it's because I'm a tank that everyone's just like, yo, let's follow the bear. Also, are you Sojourner, Zoltan? Oh, wait, I should probably kill this guy and this other guy. If you're not Sojourner, have you done every quest in this zone on that character? You have? Okay. I'm on a character that specifically isn't because there's a quest line that I'm on that's giving me 50% more damage done and it makes the grind a lot faster. I'll just let you know if you wanted to do that. That's why I'm not on the hunter. I'm sure you went through here on a quest line. It gave you like a damage buff every time you use this little button. It also does some damage itself. I don't know how much it does exactly beyond use, but
It is too far away.
I'm swapping main to bear. It happens. Yeah. Guys, let me check for tech literacy. Do you use any AI Greenzool? Not really. Maybe it's just joined in. What am I farming? I am farming. It is a chicken mount. You need 1,000 vial essence. I feel like this is going slower than expected, but we'll see how long it ends up. As we only have melee. Yeah, people could just tag stuff. Um, I think it's a bit rough. Do the yellows give vial essence?
I fight for the Witherbark.
I'm still playing hunter. Yeah, type exclamation point main in the title. Have you ever used Photoshop, but Sherlock? I'm just curious. But like, have you ever used like a fill tool before? Like, you know how like you could like make a square outline or something and then like fill the inside? Would you consider that a tool too? Because technically it's filling in all the pixels. You could take a brush and draw along the thing. What's wrong with BM? Why is it so bad? It's just tuned low. But they haven't finished tuning, so... Can I show gear? Sure. I'm 231 on this guy, but I'm 239 on the hunter, 239 on the monk, and like 234 on the DH. Yeah, I'm still so weak. Yeah, it's just untuned. I wouldn't worry about it too much. All your characters are so far behind. The only one that was kind of behind is this druid, I think. For me. But I think if I do some like world quests that like have little small upgrades for me, like I have really bad boots and really bad like bracers, I think. If I just fix those 2 slots, I'll be good. Hunter's 241. Nice. Wait, Lick, you can also pretty safely send adventure crests as well. I don't know if you did that. Technically, you can also safely send veterans, but I think I'm going to try to apply some logic to that to min-max it a little bit more. Because technically, you can cheese some champion crests if you do it right. I think I'm going to try and do that with my veterans. Haven't sent any? Yeah, you can safely send your adventures. I don't know how many adventures I have on this guy left. I could still get some, but... Use your veteran to save some champions? Yeah. You would still consider it a tool? Okay. I was just curious. I was just following the analogy. Is that another one? No, I don't need them. Getting everything except heroic crest. Everything else is going to be replaced 1 or 2 days at the start. Yeah. Probably mess up the balancing for the spec you play, and then you'll have to reroll anyway. Just something you didn't level? Yeah. What if the meta is like Ret Paladin, Feral, and some type of shaman? Enhance. Triple melee hybrids. Arms warrior? Yeah, that's what ends up being. It's those 3 after the tuning. All 3 of them are just busted beyond belief. 30% more damage than everyone else. Paladin's good for utility. Hi, Helena. Paladin's always been good for utility, but it never has a good damage profile. Even when it has like relatively good damage, I feel like you really don't want its profile. Its profile is very cannibalistic and provides little past its utility, I think. It's just like raw AoE or raw single target. You ready for the 600 mount achievement? Hunter was deleted. It's tough. I feel like it would have to be mage, even though mage is so far down. I really like rogue, but I don't know. Rogue hasn't hit for me in a while. Last time I really liked it was like, I guess like there's some points of Shadowlands where it was pretty good. But it was like BFA. You think he would be a druid? He's got back. Rogue mentioned. Mid was mentioned. Oh no, a GD. Judy, I was hyping you up the other day. Someone asked about how my guild evaluates trials, and I was like, yeah, usually we do a lot of log analysis and stuff whenever like new people are trialing. And I was like, but also it's a lot of word of mouth. And then I was like, yeah, there's like a new rogue in my guild that's we didn't really have to look at logs. We were just like it's a word of mouth recommendation. We're like, yep, this person, if you go back far enough, you just see a bunch of straight 99s and 100s. We're like, the only risk here is that she's washed. But we know she can hang, so. Oh, there's a guy right here. I feel like Consequence as a whole is kind of washed, low key. Yep, he has washed his march. Okay, he's like the definition of washed. He peaked in like WOD. March said WoW is his best game. Excuse me, but okay, I'm listening. That's my pitch to everyone, GD. That's how we get the guild going. Like, hey, have you been washed? You've been through the rinse cycle a couple times? You reply here. I don't want to see his worse. In vanilla, that makes the ancient. Well, Marsh didn't start in WoD. That was where he peaked. Actually, I think maybe he did start in WoD, but that was also where he peaked. Did you know he was a one-trick feral druid? How many am I at? I'm at 128, and I'm near an hour. I think I started at. Yeah, I know exactly how to find the timestamp. 7:16. So yeah, I'm like 5 minutes away. He was a one-trick feral. Yep. and then he became a hunter.
I'll watch your back.
And apparently, I feel like Feral was like pretty hard in WoD. I know it was really difficult in MoP. Everyone was always telling me that like that was like insanely hard to play or something. And that was like when he came in and was just like, give me the hardest class, I'll hang and I'll beat everyone on it and I'll raid lead. Ever since then he's been a BM hunter one trick. I'm just kidding. He's played some MM too. I don't think he's been playing survival though. Every time there's a survival season, he's like, nope, I can't do it. He can't be in melee anymore. That he's too old. The last season title holder. That is true. Resilience a beautiful thing. Do I have a farm? Greensville, there's 2 farms I've heard. One, the way I've been doing it is I just fish in Silver Moon and level up my fishing. And it takes me like 10 minutes. The other one is you loot treasures in Zulamon. I haven't done that one. Apparently it's a little bit faster. If you find one better, let me know. But I think the fishing one's pretty nice. Especially because you have a chance to get that one mount if you fish. Which was egoing you because his eye was higher than you early season. Did he finish eye higher than you, Simple, or did you end up smoking him? Technically this guy's worth pulling. Why not? Yankee finished a bit above him. Simple played with noob. That's not fair. Well, that's true. If you have the best tank in A, or like one of, I don't know. He's an affix on his own? No, he's fine. Why is voice stream so laggy? It's because the abundance is there. Whatever zone is currently abundant, Cape, that's just where you're gonna lag the most. Marsh's 3 affixes. Yeah, I was doing praise on my hunter, and then my prey went to the void storm, and I was like, all right, that's enough of this. I logged over to the druid and started doing this. Marsh is a kiss curse affix. That's kind of a cute way to phrase it. Why am I doing more damage and spamming one button? I don't know. Something's wrong with Bear. They added a 0 or something. Does it for you? You need it to be very slow grind. Yeah, it's kind of rough. It's fine. Thanks for hanging around. We're at 150. Yeah, it's been about an hour. I'm at 150, so I don't know. I'm expecting like what? Like 6 hours probably. I don't know how Greensville got in like half the speed. I also have like an extra 5 on my hunter or something. Wait, it's just me and the rogue.
You got orders, Hashura? Do you need protection? Then fight.
Everyone else abandoned us. Got a great guy grind. Yeah. I had some urban mining XP per hour the other day, and you're getting about 520k an hour, decently fast. I think you can invite after this. The only point let me get this. I always ask Sheik, he's my go-to horde guy. Yeah, that might be a nice chill way to level an alt. Is this for professions? This grind? No, this grind is for amount. It is like I don't know, somewhere between 3 and 6 hours. I've heard like so many different numbers. No reason. Yeah, the only reason you go past is to cap your veteran crests, Wolf. But you technically don't need to do that this week. It is some sort of a power gain to cap them, but yeah. I'm probably gonna cap my veteran crests on my like 3 characters I plan to play the most. So the hunter, the druid, the monk. Eight. Now I've heard another number. True. You wanted to be a Harrier, but you don't like the druid forms? Oh, interesting. I think the druid forms are pretty cool. Harrier. How many more people here now? There's like 3 like rival groups. Have the racials been simmed yet? Yes, they're just worse than Dwarf and Tauren, basically. Because their racials are just half as good. It's just instead of 2% crit damage, it's 1%. They get another ability too, but apparently that ability is just not enough to offset that.
Oraka, friend of Halazi. Nago sword.
I need to get closer.
Good heart rate. You have time to run when X-Bike launch is so busy. Yeah. It's typically very good. I think it's actually really nice just specifically for like this kind of stuff. It makes me feel like sitting down all day is less bad for me. I feel like I'm evening it out. 8 hours of sitting for a 5K. What's my favorite dungeon? Thing is they all have problems. I think Magister's Terrace is really cool if they delete the last boss. But the last boss is like really boring. Nothing with the ball hopping? Yeah. Is it just long? Yeah, it's like 4.5 minutes and there's nothing to do besides like healing your group. So like maybe out of all the rules you might like it the most because like you kind of have to heal the dot and the dot's kind of hard to heal. But like it's just all the DPS and the tank, we don't do anything. Like we just soak the ball, and it's actually the fight that wipes groups the most, I think, from beta. Because people just like tune out. They get so bored that they forget to throw the ball. I saw Yoda for like just miss it 3 different times on 3 different runs. That's like such a chatting boss. Like you just look away because you're like, all right, like there's nothing to do for 30 seconds, and you get like stuck in like a chat or something, and you look back and you miss the ball in your quadrant. I don't know. There just needs to be something else. I think that out of all the rules, though, when I was healing it on M0, I feel like that was like, it was a little bit more enjoyable when I was healing it. I felt more in tune with what's going on. Because I was like, all right, the dots are about to come out. Let me ramp. Let's get some heals out. All right, the ball is coming out. But for DPS, it's just like, I have the dot. All right, I'll wall. And then you like doze off for 10 seconds. And then it's like, oh, all right. The ball's out. Let me get in it. All right, let me doze off for a little bit. Like that's the fight for everyone else. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really like that boss, but I think maybe that's just how it'll be forever. What else is there? Windrunner Spire has some cool stuff. I like. There's some good trash in this dungeon. That I thought was pretty fun. And the bosses were like, I don't know, they were fine. I didn't have any complaints with them, I don't think. The last boss is kind of interesting. I like the little jump over stuff. What else is there? Mysara Caverns is really cool. I like this one. This one actually might be my favorite. I think Mysara might be my favorite. There's some good stuff in this dungeon. Some cool min-maxes and stuff. And then Zenus, I don't know. Nothing great to say about Zenus, but also nothing bad, I don't think. I don't like damage amps. I guess I'm scarred from mists. But I don't really like a lot of damage amps. But besides that, I feel like this dungeon is pretty cool. Some of the trash on the left side is really hard. Is there a big healing check on that boss? No, I don't think so. Especially a 300% one. Yeah, it's just rough. And then there's ones that they're bringing back. Skyreach had nothing crazy about it, like good or bad. It was just, it felt very mid to me. Pit of Saron has some cool stuff. There's a really hard healing fight in Pit of Saron. I don't know if it got nerfed actually, but it's the giant. There's just a very large healing requirement. Hopefully it's still like that when you do it. I think you would like it a lot. Yeah, it's rot healing, and then there's bursts when he does like a mechanic. He like throws like some stuff around. It's kind of like Swamp Face. Like there's like a lot of rot, and then there's like a time where you take some damage too. In terms of the healing profile. Um, use them zeros and you saw Ret and Fury Blasting Heart. Yeah, those specs are typically really good in them zeros though. Gotta be careful. But like,
Bright-eyed shadow, bless your hunt.
my main class? That's Hunter, as always. Maybe season 2, you think Blinding Veil is gonna be really cool? I think the season 2 dungeons are cool. One thing, or I think people are, I don't know, maybe this is a hot take. I think people are over, I feel like they're freaking out for no reason about the fishing. There's so much like random stuff that people do. Like, did you like the market RP in Tazavesh streets, or did you hate that? I feel like it's fine. It's like such a, such a small thing. I feel like. Just reminds you of Brackenhide, and it's horrible in there because of meld tech. Yeah, but that was also inflicted by us by not being the meta comp. Because everyone just had a Shadow Priest for that for that dungeon. Yeah, but I do think it was fine. The Diner Murder Row. I think, okay, so I think there's a couple ways they could fix that event to make it fine. So there's a thing, you know, at the bar at the top of that, if you fill the meter, you like get out of it faster. I think all they need to do is just make it so they can fill the meter faster. If it was like a 30-second thing, I think it would be fine. But right now the timer is 2 minutes. I think 2 minutes of cooking and cleaning is a little too much. But I think that's how I would fix it for them. I think you would either remove it completely if they can. Sometimes they really like begrudgingly like don't do that kind of stuff. But I think if they shorten it to like a 30-second thing, I think it would be fine again. Wanted to vomit. But I kind of like the rest. There's a really, I think the last boss of Murder Row is really cool. I think it's really hard. It's like there's a lot of checks going on that fight.
Oraka, friend of Halazi.
You wiped on normal. Yeah, there's some fun trash sequences in there too. What are the other? I kind of like the snow part that a lot of people are hitting too in Den and Alarak. I think there's some fun min-max to it. You can like do some big pulls and then like pull ahead, and there's some like skips and stuff you can do. I think it'll be interesting. So hi, Mr. Clown. What's up? My Mythic Plus build takes the lock and load talent, the hero talent, and Azur's playing the other, which is correct. I kind of like the lock and load, to be honest, but it kind of just depends. I think one is slightly more AoE and one is slightly more single target. And if I had to guess, the AoE one wins out. Twilight Requiem, I think it's called. You think I'm rage baiting us? That's the assumption. I don't know. I feel like I don't like the fishing section that much. Like, I don't like love it, but people are like, oh my god, that dungeon's gonna be awful because of this one part that takes 10 seconds. And I'm like, well, that's not the whole dungeon. And the ice part, I think, genuinely is pretty fun. Guess I got told to quit looking at boss damage for Mythic Plus and instead look at overall. Yes, but also that's like that can also be pretty misleading. But yeah, typically overall is better than looking at just one of the metrics. A lot of people fall into the trap of looking at only single target or only AoE, but the overall is what actually matters. Here, one sec. I'll be back in 1 minute. All right, back. Quest on his Esther. On the left, this is rested XP, but I'm currently not using it. I just have it up. I'm not actually doing a quest right now.
It is an honor to battle beside you.
Past Speedrunners made one, but it doesn't look as good as that one does. I think you're talking about like follow the arrow or something, right? Getting on you with another bird. Yeah, Lick. I asked if you wanted to come, so I found a different bird. Is Dallas leveling nerfed? I don't think so. I haven't seen anything about it. I think it's still good. Well, I put on like one of my Hall of Fame titles. What's my most prestigious one? Is it Dimensius? I feel like it's like Ansarek or something. I don't know. Oh, I actually earned Denathrius on this character. Well, I got the cutting edge. I didn't like frog Denathrius as Boomy. But I killed it in the all run. Need to pay me at some point? Well, what's your do you log any of your runs? That's like the first step to be getting like direct feedback, I think. And if you log your runs and you just link them, I could probably take a peep and be like, oh, you should do your cooldown in this order. I see you're doing it in this order. Here's his Discord though. Gotta log them, but Warcraft log isn't updated for midnight yet. Oh, really? Okay. It should be. Because it was working in beta, which makes me think it should be good to go. Yours only goes to the War Within. Like if I open up my Warcraft logs uploader right now, it should just work. I haven't done anything worth logging right now, so it's not going to do anything, but... Where's Ort? Ort was just here. Ort's a Warcraft logs developer. He works for Archon. Oh, there's Ort. Ort, logs are definitely updated. They should work with M0s right now, right? Oh, there's Lick. Yeah? Okay. Just confirming. They're not ranked? Makes sense. Thank you. I appreciate your assistance. Yeah. Mr. Klein, if you just log, do you want me to use the beta link? Or I always log like this. Did I try it? I had to use the Archon app to log my fellowship runs. but I don't use it for WoW currently. Why is it in beta? Or when's your official release? Is there a date yet? Soon, TM? Okay, okay. MD, it worked? Oh, there you go. All you have to do is talk about something not working and then it works. That's like half the time. That's just the answer. Cool secret features. This better not be malware, or I just want to track my logs. I don't want you to like track my location and my bank account information. Warcraft logs can be compatible and work with Ellesmere UI. Surely. Have you used Ellesmere UI, or I feel like it would be something that you're interested in. You're a big UI guy. Logging all of your Discord DMs. So it's just a bunch of pictures of Marsh's feet going into my logs. Awesome, you checked it out, but you need more control than it can currently provide. Gotcha. Yeah. Ellesmere, I bet he's still in the Rookery. Oh, he's offline. He's probably taking a break. He'll be back in the Rookery soon. Yeah, your logs. Nice. Okay, we're at 272. We're a fourth of the way through this. I also think ever since we got this boomkin's so good at tagging things. I think he's sped up my rate. I feel like I was at like 150. No, I feel like I was at like 100 an hour. And ever since we got the boomy, I think I'm at like 200 an hour. Oh, another bird? Sure, if someone drops, just hop on in. Look how big I am. Wait, Lick, did your bird get Sojourner? You're counted, but your bird, you want this quest, I think. It's literally just, if you haven't done it, you pick up the first one and it makes you do 50% more damage. You know what your bird did? What am I farming? I'm farming 1,000 Vile Essence for a mount. It's like a chicken rooster kind of mount. I don't feel like pulling one guy. Do we delete our old logs? No, your logs, I mean, they like archived themselves after a couple tiers. Or do you mean like the actual file? What I do is I just go through like every year and just like clear out my logs. Oh, it has an auto delete feature? Oh, that's nice. I go through and mainly do it, but maybe I should download Archon. There was a point in like, when was it? It was like Sepulcher in Shadowlands. I realized I had never deleted a log, and I had like 100 gigs of logs or something, like some crazy number. Because I logged everything from like BFA to then. So like 4 years of logs were just eating up a bunch of room. And I had no idea. I didn't even know that they didn't like auto clean or anything like that. I was just like, what is all this? I logged with you in them? Definitely. I remember multiple freeholds with Judy at the very least. And a mother load. I think there was a mother load with you, me, and Beppe, I think. And that was when Beppe was on his Beppe. I think this DK is also speeding up the run quite a bit. Some of these grips are pretty OP. If you use Archon, can you move work off logs? Yeah. It does the same functionality. Yeah, I downloaded Archon, but I'll probably install it off stream at some point. Or install it. I don't know what word I said actually.
It's too far away.
No, that guy reset. All right, Lick, are you around? We lost our ret. You can achieve to race change to Haronier. Yeah, you have to I think you have to beat the Haronier zone first. It's like a one time like quick turn in once you're done. But I think you have to do the zone first. Hair looks like he's from Avatar. Good. That whole zone just seems like Avatar. Even the music. Yeah. Oh, is this take? I've been quoted anywhere between 3 and like 6 hours. And then Burn said 8 hours. I don't believe him. I think he's just saying numbers. What? How'd that guy Diagra?
I fight for the Witherbark. Bright eye. Oraka, friend of Halazi. You got orders, Hashura? They fight if they let Noah protect you.
I need to get closer.
I think my group kind of has a pace down. Kind of nice. We're back now. Somewhere between like 3 and 6 hours. I'm about to hit 2 hours and I'm a third of the way done. I just passed the third marker and I hit 2 hours in like 5 minutes. Am I grinding? It's a mount where it's this guy. He's like a hooded rooster. I look sick. Yeah, I like him. There's a bunch of these kind of mounts, like the chickens, but this guy's got like a hunter hood. I feel like I need him. Like I feel like he's a ranger at heart.
Do you need protection? You got orders, Hashura?
I feel like we kind of split up. Well,
fight for the winner. Friend of Halazi. Do you need protection? On what?
All right, Lick. You there again?
Battle beside me.
Dang, Lick's still not here. Yeah, it's not worth fighting that one guy. Dang, this sucks. Oh well. They're like offset. Let's go mid. It makes you realize how stupid DPS can be. That's why I recommend playing all the rules to like at least like a decent level, because you can learn a lot about your main by like looking at it from like a distance. Does that make sense? Like if you've ever healed like a really high key, you'll, I don't know. A lot of people are really bad with defensives, I feel like. But what always like fixes that is like playing a healer at a high level and being like, I don't know, just knowing exactly what, like how important it is and what exactly you're gaining by hitting them. Stuff like that. You love pug healing, is such good content. It's exactly the kind of people that you want to also play healer. Every time you pug, it's just like, and I wish that guy knew how much of a struggle he was making this. Simple, just heal me. Oh look, you're back. We're at 395. Look how many of these organs I have. I'm an organ vendor. If anyone wants organs, I'll sell them at vendor price. Why am I farming organs? Just in case I need one in the future. Or what am I farming? Oh, I'm actually farming Vile Essence for this mount. Did I hear? Oh, no, I didn't. I said, there's a guy in the chat. His name's Theramus. His main is Lick. And he just got back to the chat. And so I was like, oh, Lick, you're back. Put them in the guild bank. Yeah, there's a couple long grinds this expansion for some mounts. This is one of them. The other one's a fishing one. I'll do that one another day. but I kind of wanted to get ahead on one of them at least. I kind of prefer fishing more than a mob grind. You'll do the fishing one, but not this. You think this grind's gonna get nerfed? I think they're gonna up the spawn rate of the mobs at some point. The grind is pretty annoying, but it's mainly because of this, because of the spawn rate. Like I'm fighting like 3 mobs at a time. The mob locations. I mean, if they were like 30, if they spawned like, I don't know, maybe like 20% faster and there was like 30% more of them, I feel like it'd be fine. It needs to be a little bit more dense, and they need to spawn a little bit faster. Or one or the other, I guess. Like add a lot more of them. Something's got to give, I feel like. How goes the grind? We just hit 412. You got a big arch? I got one yesterday for lunch. Lorelai got the whole guild changing our diet. Let me know what you think about it, Lick.
Do you need protection? May Halazi hide you.
That the burger the CEO loved a lot? Yeah, it's one of their best products. And he's gonna have it for lunch later. You just realized that Brewmaster spawns fire tornadoes and you've been trying to avoid them? Yeah, it's after every exploding keg. Your next two keg smashes drop little nados. You were like, man, every mob this expansion drops little fire tornadoes. This is crazy. Very carefully eating it. Yeah, I don't even know how to like hold something that large. I think you're supposed to use two hands, but I wasn't really sure. I said you're any good at Brewmaster? Hmm. Used to large things. Okay. Nice job, LP. Your fire damage was healing you? We love fire damage on Brewmaster. Like 80% of it or something. Monk tank or druid tank is best for bugs. Actually, I don't really feel like fighting this guy. You're over here. I don't want to start this grind. I think I'm at a 6-hour pace right now. I have 4:30 and I've been here like 2.5 hours or so. I think a little less than that. Like 2:20. How many do you need? You need 1,000. So I'm about to hit halfway at like 3 hours probably. Last time you played Brewmaster, had like 20 buttons to press. Yeah, you could still add some buttons. You could add like refreshing Jade Wind. Um, maybe not. Yeah, it can be a bit long. Oh, pugs. Um, rats. Like, are you logging in? One of our DKs had to go. I would say right now, Monk is probably better with random players. You have really good off healing, really good damage, and you're tanky. Not yet. All good. Enjoy your arch. We will take a demon hunter. Healing from the Apex talent? Yeah. I think that's really, it's really strong. And then you also are tankier. And you do a little bit less damage, but I feel like that's the trade-off that you're giving. And I think if you're pugging, you almost always want to be tankier. Around doing spot healing is pretty great from the regrowths too. Yeah. How's my HP so high? I don't know. I have a lot of random buffs. My bear form natty is 977, and then I think it goes up like 1.2 at some point. Can I show you on the map? It's like right here. It's right off front of the Mysara Caverns. Oh wait, where am I going? I think I flew the wrong hole. Oh, they killed it without us. EDK is only 482. What's your item level? One is I think bears just have a lot of health.
Oraka,
342.
they bite
Holy.
their legs lower, protect you.
Better than mine. Oh, I know why. It's the quest line. I'm getting 50% HP or something. I'm on a quest right now. That's buffing me for this event. I had a feeling it was that, but when I hovered, a different buff I had, it was... I didn't say health, but there's this other one that I have that's some health. I think it's killing certain mobs in this area or something. Maybe. Last Void Storm quest does work now. Oh, I did some of it, but some of it was still bugged for me. So I'm currently waiting. But I should probably go snag the last quest. I like took a portal to Argus and then there was nothing to do. And so I was like, okay, I guess it's still broken. That was like yesterday morning. I'll try getting good or I need a new UI for that burn, I think. I don't know if my UI shows quests properly.
battle beside you.
Hey Jarvis. Thanks for the sub. Appreciate it. Big 55 months. I had just taken a bite of my sandwich right when you subbed. Is Burn expecting with the main? What kind of chair do I have? I believe I have a Herman Miller M body, I think is the name of mine. It's a Herman Miller. I don't remember the exact specific type. I think it's an M body. I'd have to look it up real quick.
I fight for the Witherbark.
Too far away.
You're heading to buy a new one? Gotcha. Not having a DK is probably kind of rough for the gathers. Like, I'm already halfway through the grind. A little over halfway, which is kind of nice. Like, you need to go get the quest if you haven't done it yet. It's like right here. If you wanted to go take a peep. Am I grinding? I'm grinding a mount. This guy. The Hexed Vile Feather Eagle. There's like a hut somewhere on that pin. What's the quest called? Here, let me see if I can share this. Lickle has completed this quest. Uh-oh. Unfortunate. Well, that solves that. Yeah, I need 1,000 of these Vile Essence. And then we win. Kind of a chill vibe.
friend of Halazi. Bright-eyed shadow, bless your hunt.
I'm out of range. It is too far away.
Looks like we got some competition. Sometimes this happens. We gotta beat them up.
You got orders, Hashora?
I'm out of range.
It is an honor to battle beside you. May Halazi hide you from your enemies.
I don't have so much health. I think it's the mobs around here. They give me like a stacking buff when I kill them, the tikis. Bioluminescence grind? Yeah, we're at 587. We're at 606. Nice. We're like halfway there.
Do you need protection? You got orders, Hashura? I'll watch your back. I fight for the
Oh, there goes our DH.
Hashura?
I need to get closer.
The old Mount Grind. Yep. I recruited Lickle. Lickle just slowed me down. We're at 641 right now. So I'm pretty happy with. I've heard some people took way longer on this. Although I did also, one of my viewers did get this in like 3 hours, 3.5, I think. Which I'm still surprised. I think I'm about to hit the 3.5 hour mark.
Fight for the Witherbark.
The mount looks really good. I think out of all the chickens, I think this one's the coolest. It feels like Here, let me show you a Mog. This is the Mog I was picturing using while wait, why am I in here? It's a full set. I'm a full set indie, what can I say? This. This and then this. I feel like they kind of got a similar vibe. Have I seen the squirrels? Yes. Oh. I have one of them favorite. I think it's the blue one. Wait, I'm like behind on tagging. Where'd everything go? The dead guy down here. You like the Windrunner one? Yeah, let me look at that one. Is that the ghost one? Yeah, that one's cool. Sherwin got it? Yeah, hopefully I get all the dungeon mounts. Usually I end up getting them throughout the season. Especially if I play alts that season, because you just get so many chances at it. That's where 2 of my like bisses are from too. Like my hunter weapon and my or my range weapon and the other one. Oh. I don't want to DK. Can I wait out for a DK a little bit? Last time a bunch of, not a bunch, but a DK showed up as soon as I took someone else. I think DK and Boomkin are like the duo. I think I have to AFK for a few minutes. Look, I'm gonna give you lead. I'm gonna AFK on this perch. Am I farming for the mount? Yeah, we just hit 661 essences. I'll be back in a couple. Alright, I'm back. Oh my god, a DK.
Oraka, friend of Halazi. It is an honor to battle beside you.
Nice. Hey, Steven. Dark bench. I have so many of these like hearts now. Or organs. Hmm. They removed this treasure from the achievement.
I fight for the Witherbark.
You're gonna be done when you hit 200. What are you at? At 188. Okay. Got a lot of crests to farm from prey.
It is an honor to battle beside you. The bite of the next Loa protect you.
Using the current state of druid tanks. I release. Yep. Am I farming? I'm going for this. I need 1,000 Violescence. It gets you this mount. You get 1,000. Yeah, it's a cool mount. Just read that as strange or something that wasn't done in week 1 and Blizzard nerfed it. Would have hurt so much to take a little longer for people to get it, perhaps due to eye level or time constraints. Well, it's no big deal, but it's interesting nonetheless. Yeah.
You got orders, Hashora?
I feel like it's a good thing that they took it out, Peter, because this grind is really long, and I feel like it would have been randomly way harder than all the other treasures. I'm okay with it, I guess.
It is an honor to battle beside you.
GG's. Alright, see you, Lick.
I fight for the Witherbark.
5 tunes of prey time. I'm gonna have to vendor all my hearts in a second.
That would scare you shelless.
Wait, that was a lot of gold.
Not everything in the ocean is as good looking or nice.
Got 1.3 thousand. It's kind of a lot of gold for just vendoring some junk. You saying that? You're not saying it's a big deal, but precisely because it stands out and it's different, you thought it was okay? I see. How long have I been doing the farm? I think I just hit 4 hours. I don't know if I'm at 4 or 5. I don't remember the time I started. I think I'm at 4. Yeah, I started at 7:15. I think I should be done a little like 5:30 maybe. Adventure crests don't really matter? No, not really. You can spend them as freely as you want. You should be able to upgrade everything adventure-wise by the end of next week.
Do you need protection? You got orders, Ashura?
I need to get closer.
Need to finish some zero still? You've been so busy this week IRL-wise. Nice. It's all good. These weeks are so chill that like you don't actually like. There's maybe like 4 or 5 hours of content that's like useful hour-wise. Getting the Pango toy is the best use of time. Wait, how do you get that? Is it this one? Nice. Use it, it's OP. Yeah, let me use it. Whoa. It's kind of a good bear mog or like form.
I fight for the Witherbark.
No hireless. You got to climb from 6 M0s. Hmm. What am I farming right now? I'm farming 1,000 Violescence.
Do you need protection?
Yeah, it's a mount. What is that bear form? It's the Pango form.
You got orders, Hashura? Nago, soldier.
It's for getting all the treasures in ZA. I just started using it for the first time. It's pretty crazy.
Baka, friend of Halazi.
We use double tap on rapid fire or aim shot now in Sentinel. If you're pretty much you want to use it on aim shot. Something that I've been waiting for them to figure out. I don't know if they have the answer yet for Sims, but if you volley a rapid fire right before your true shot, that might go kind of hard. But I want to see the numbers on it. Because that's what I was doing, but the sim puts the volley in your true shot and uses it on aim shot.
I fight for the Witherbark. Right. It is an honor to battle beside you.
Open with rapid fire, then true shot, volley, aim shot. Yeah. You know why people don't try tanking? Uh, why have you not tried it, Cape? I think you should try tanking a high key. Because the thing is tanking's I think the easiest role if you're overgeared for something. And the second you're undergeared, it's like by far the hardest role, I think. And pushing is all about being undergeared for the content you're doing. It's like stressing that the edge of your ability.
is an honor to battle beside you. I'll watch your back.
Doesn't matter when you press chakram. With the talents that are in my sheet right now, not really. It's really good to use it when you have to move because it's an instant global. Like, let's say you're in your true shot and then all of a sudden like a swirly spawns under you. That's typically when I chakram.
I fight for the Witherbark.
I'll hold it mainly for that. You know it's possible to get a double tertiary set. You got speed and avoidance on a drum. Is that one of those items that spawn with tertiary? You see gems without tertiary. All right, well there you go. Then that's crazy. I just know sometimes there's some, like I remember there were some pants from Dawn of the Infinite that are leather that had leech on them by default. And someone rolled like avoidance leech pants. And I was like, those are just insane. Like you can never take those off. Yeah, do you wait to see the wanted quest in Harandar? You know you can play the campaign. I have no idea. You're not sure what to play between Druid and Monk for tank and DPS? Do I have any suggestion? Well, tuning's not final yet. There's gonna be a lot more tuning still. In terms of my preference, I think they're counted a lone wolf. You only play no pet right now. Is that the Harrier Bear form? No, that's actually a toy. It's this one, the Pango plating. Hashtag nerf bear. Yeah, I would say Monk Kulag if you had to pick between them. But there's still a lot of tuning. I'm at 930 essence. We're so close.
Do you need protection? The bite of the enemy.
Can I go here and here? No. There's a toy that does this. It's kind of sick. Yeah, here. It's called Pango plating. It was actually, this grind was actually supposed to be how you get it. But I think, I don't know if it was during the grind or what, but they nerfed the grind. And now you just get it. Or like they nerfed the achievement. The achievement was to get all the treasures in this zone. But they removed the one I'm going for from the achievement. Like while I was doing it, I think. Or like maybe last night, I'm not sure. So you no longer need this chest for the treasures. All the other ones are pretty easy to get if you wanted to go for it. You found the hunter bug? What is it? On Tazra, there's all that trash and you have to kill it before the boss. There's that one turtle. Wait, can you like tame it or something? Can you scare beast it? And then it stops its shell? I don't know. I'm just cooking. Trap it before it shields. Hmm. That's good season 2 tech. before it's in combat. Hmm. And then you pull it while it's in combat, or did you, or like, do you break it to pull? Also, I think we're a little past the 5 hour mark, and we basically have them out. Like I should have it in like 5 minutes. Gotta get some good RNG. I just pulled it and I never cast it. All right, well, there you go. That's good tech. I will make sure to spread the word in season 2. That's pretty big tech. Otherwise, it's kind of annoying to deal with. That form. You like it, Jarvis? They added a new druid form. I think this is the tank, the bear form for the druids, but it's just my it's like a costume. The toy that you can use now.
Taka, friend of Halazi.
All right. We did it. We got our mount. It was worth it.
Naldin be attacking our hunting parties, stealing from us. Hit them back and retrieve what you can.
Another way to report players from the exploit bust from a quest to farm valuable and rare mounts. That's real and true. All right, well that was a trip. That was like a short little 5 hour and like 20-minute vacation. Very, very short and chill. All right, let's go back to doing some prey. I was gonna level my warlock, but after mob grinding for 5 hours, I don't know if I want to mob grind for 5 hours. I guess it depends. What's the delve in Shadowguard Point? Stolen mana? That's the wrong one. Right? I should remember which one it is. How come? Just do it? Should I? My eyes are like...
The den has been ravaged with vermin. If we
They're
deal
like
with that
closed.
problem, the
You like my
elders
hats
will be
even?
favorable with us.
Thank you.
Take a gremlins. They are always up for a meal.
It's very bony. 2 items away from getting Midnight Superior on all 5 of your characters. Nice. I found some vermin.
One full belly and a few pleased elders. Well done.
Last tune, of course, is the main. Wait, who are you on right now? Wait, the priest is your main? Is that what you're considering it? After all these characters, you landed on the priest?
Bran asked to have you document the creatures of Herendar. You can borrow this beast to travel swiftly.
According to Marsh? Damn. I don't think Marsh knows what he wants you to play, to be honest.
Very interested in my homeland, and
I swear every time I play or I talk to him about comp, he's always just like, I don't know, what do you think? And I'm like, don't you have an idea of what's good? He's like, I don't know, what do you think? What do you think we should play? You find out Mythic surely. Delegating is the sign of a great leader. That's true. You've narrowed it downish to 3. Did I get the Violescence mount? I did. You know what? I should put it to two things. I should put it as a favorite. And then I should put this on my bar. I kind of like getting my praise done by just grabbing a bunch of moths. If I get 120 moss, I get the Dust Lord title. Oh god, I looted a Sky Shard. Oh god, did I start another grind? Maybe not on the same day. I have a plan to get this get this one. I think I just got my first moth mount though. Maybe. I kind of like when my hunt rolls are in there. I'm gonna get all the moths doing this. Wait, did I even loot this moth? I kind of miss some Alunira, to be honest. Oh, a rare I need. No, there's Sky Shard. I see it.
One misstep was all it took. Make them regret giving up their pathetic holdout.
Oh, snap. Hawk just got Eversong quest done. I actually have so many of these butterflies. I have way more than I thought. I think I'm just gonna get them all. Maybe I actually do just check off 2 of them. How many hours did it take? It took me 5 hours. It was like the majority of the stream so far. I like someone. I got butterflied. True. Oh, maybe I don't. Maybe I do wait for another prey in this zone. You farmed 5 hours, barely at 300. Oh, were you in a group? I feel okay. I have two tips. One is that you should do it in a group, like look in LFG. And then second, there's a quest that starts in this hut. And if you have that quest, it gives you 50% more damage and a lot of healing. And I think if you've done that quest before, maybe you do it on an alt. That's what I did, because I did all the quests on my hunter already. But I would recommend like going back on an alt maybe and picking up the quests and then doing the grind on that character, because you'll get you'll be like way stronger basically. I think that was key. Ooh. Technically I'm 5 veteran crest short, but I think I'm gonna stay like that. What mount did I get? I got the Hex mount. I got the Hexed Vile Feather Eagle. Thanks for the tips. Yep, no problem. I did that, and it helps a lot because you basically can't die. And so you can pull bigger. And if you have a group, then, you know, and you do a little more damage. But it's more about the HPS, I think. That's the OP thing. 5 veteran off the cap. Yeah, I think I'm going to chill here, though, Lick, because next week when I do 15, it's, like, valuable. But right now I'll be overcapping, and then next week I have to do an extra one anyway. If they ever do an MDI just for the frog memory game, you're going to clean up? Nice. Just spam out praise? Yes, you should spam out praise on your, like, whatever characters you care about a lot. I think I'm done on the hunter for right now. I'm going to log on the monk and do the same thing. But I do need AFK for another, like, 5 to 10. Also, look how decked out my monk is. It's actually just insane how good this guy is. Anyway, I'll be right back. I keep putting it off. Alright, I'm back. If I beat the pussy, you would tell on me? I would, Kasuri. Hmm. I think Calamitous is the one I have to spam, and that's tomorrow. Let me think. What's my guess for the meta so far? My guess is wrong. I think it's, I mean, I'm only going off of data that's going to be dated whenever the season goes live, like based off of beta stuff. But it's like Brewmaster, Resto, Druid, Mage, Warlock, Unholy DK. You really hope that Unholy and Resto Druid get a nerf?
Wretched. What an apt name.
Yeah.
They have survived a long time.
I don't really mind whatever ends up being meta. I'm still going to play the same comp regardless. Our Druid is meta. There's no chance of Feral being meta. Yeah. Well, the thing is the last 3 seasons, Feral's been really good, but only in a Fizz comp. It sucks that LFG is so meta driven Because you can easily get title. I think title is easier to get in the comp that I play. Like, if your goal was title, I feel like my comp's actually just better. I don't know if that's a hot take, but I feel like there's so many, like, ways to wipe with the meta comp normally. The fizz comp's gonna get tanky. Yeah, like, the amount of times a kick goes off on, like, Noxiv or Wux, and they just are totally fine. Like, the only person who dies if a cast goes off is me. And, like, you could just play without a hunter. You could just sort of replace me with, like, a DK or something.
Savor the hunt and let the artifact consume their fear.
If you really wanted to. I think if ISAC makes it way easier also. I definitely agree there. But I do think just in general, like, it's easier to play my comp, no comms. Like, I don't know if you know, there's a comp that's like basically like kind of like my comp in an EU, and they play no comms, and they push higher keys than us. Usually they're like at least 1 key ahead of us, like the whole season. And they just play no comms, fizz comp, and they just blast. The Tamelvis group, yeah. They're very good. And you can just play it. They just game. And I feel like they flame each other in chat. Yeah, those guys are all like PvP mains. It's kind of funny seeing them, like, I don't know. The way they treat PvE is like how you would treat PvP a lot. I don't know. It's kind of good. My level? I mean, sure, but I guarantee, like, whenever I'm making keys and like my alts and stuff, it sounds like you said like 4 times. Yeah, like they don't talk to each other in voice. They just type. You can never talk with how loud his music is.
Such wonderful terror.
Let's play some bangers. Whenever I tune in, he's just jamming out. Why exactly a rank 1 player not use voice chat communication? I don't know. They just like it. People were so... You almost stopped playing retail. Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. Like, I swear, like, people... Because the thing is you can play, like a fizz comp and stuff. Like... I feel like you can play the fizz comp so much worse and get better results than playing whatever's meta that season. I don't know. I really don't understand why LFG doesn't just send it. I don't know. I feel like you could no comms like title keys. Like I feel like people who are stuck under title could do title keys if they just played his comp every single season. If you don't plan to play him, oh, okay, you got your answer. But yeah, basically, yeah, I wouldn't craft anything until at least heroic week, but probably mythic week. And maybe not even at the start of mythic week. My plan is to craft like after we kill the first boss, I think. Maybe later. But right now I want to kill the first mythic boss before I do anything else. What fizz comp? Sorry, late to the party. Probably easier pulls overall as well. Yeah. So like the comp I always play is, for people who have been watching me for a long time, you know my main team. It's a bear druid, it's a Mistweaver monk, it's a fury warrior, an outlaw rogue, and then I just play like whatever hunter is good that season. And we do very small pulls because my group's target capped. Like we just stay within like 5 to 8 targets. We never go big. If you watch the meta comp, whatever season it is, they're pulling like twice as fast as we are, twice as big all the time. They have like crazy cooldowns. There's a lot of coordination. They have to do AoE stops. They have to manage kicks on like 4 different mobs. They have to do this, they have to do that. If you watch us, we're just kind of vibing. We're just kind of chilling. We're not really saying much. We're kind of just vibing, and we're getting all our kicks on our 1 or 2 mobs that we have in the pool. And the dungeon just dies. We do like 5 to 8 mob pulls the whole time. We never like go off of that. We chain whenever there's not a lot of mobs. We're very tanky. I feel like the amount of times casts go off on Noxiv and we're fine, or walks, happens literally all the time. It's so chill. I don't know why people don't do it more in pugs. The cool thing is like if you just stick to a main and like you find other people that stick to their mains, then you also get to actually build a stack too. Like one of the only reasons my group stays together, there's 2 ways you could have like a pre-mid, right? If you watch high streamers and stuff, you'll see like there's, I don't know, like who is it? I'm trying to think. I don't know, like Jinji, Mirez, you know, like them, like they have the same stack almost every season, you know? But they are willing to re-roll to whatever's meta. They don't care. It could literally be anything. They'd be like, oh, Shadow Priest is doing 1% more damage? All right, we're playing a Shadow Priest. Mage? Okay, we're doing Mage. They don't care. You either have to be ready to re-roll at any moment, and everyone in your team has to have the same goal, like they want to hit rank 1, like if that's your goal. It's really hard to get a pre-stack that wants to do that. That's what I'm trying to say. The amount of people who are willing to do that kind of stuff, it's a very small pool of players that can actually like be able to reroll to anything in the game and play at like, you know, 99, 100%. Most people are really good at one thing. And I would say, like, imagine if you could just find, let's say you're like really passionate about Hunter. I know a lot of people on this channel are. Let's say you could find someone passionate about Warrior, passionate about Warrior, or not, I said Warrior already, Monk, Druid, that kind of stuff. You can create your own pre-stack way easier. It's literally just like if you play in a guild and you have someone who like one tricks Warrior, who it's way more common to one trick something in raid. You'll find a lot more one tricks in raid. Like looking at my friends list right now, like this guy, he basically one tricks Havoc. He is good enough to play anything at like a very high level, but in terms of raid, he always plays Havoc. And like, let's say I was like a mage and it was a Shadow Priest or something, you could just make a team that's just like Hawk, Zav, and then like, I don't know, a Warlock. Like you have Pasty Purple, Skeletal, Zav, I don't know. Just like a comp that's always like synergized together really well. And then just stick with that. Get good at that comp. Learn how to play that comp. And you can kind of just do whatever. I don't know. People always try to like swap to the meta, but I feel like it's a huge bait. Like in my case, I just found someone who one tricks Bear, someone who one tricks Mistweaver, one tricks Warrior, one tricks Rogue, and then we just every single season we have a team. No one's doing anything they're uncomfortable with. In the past, I've played with people that are like, I don't know. I played with people throughout the years that are like, yeah, I don't mind like re-rolling or something, and then they re-roll, and then they're like, I just don't really like playing these specs. I don't like doing this, whatever. And maybe they don't practice enough. Maybe they don't get good enough. Maybe they can only bottom swap to like an 80% level, and you can't do title keys if you're only playing at 80%. That kind of stuff. They usually burn themselves out. I don't know. I've had so many scenarios where that kind of stuff happens. When you could just all play your mains and then have a good time every season. I don't know. I feel like it's a lot easier to find people to group with in those scenarios, personally.
The den has been ravaged with vermin. If we deal with that problem, the elders will be more favorable with us. Take a gremlins. They are always up for a meal.
I don't know. Talking physical, how is arms at the moment? Did they change basic elements like AoE cap or rotation flow as Fury plays smoother at least in the War Within? No, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it's very similar to the War Within in terms of like general rotational flow still for both Fury and arms. From my understanding, they're still like that. The problem is arms is so undertuned right now that I like barely see any of them. The common trait you can find players you can play the meta at a high level have? A common trait. One is they're very good at teaching themselves stuff. No life? I guess technically that. I don't know. But they're really good at teaching themselves. Like they will. There's just a different kind of player that can go through and like pick up a new class and then like it's really, you need to know how to like teach yourself. Basically you need to know how to look at sims, how to understand them. You need to understand like guides. Like you can get to like a good point, but if you ever want to play at like a 99 100 level, you usually end up like thinking past the guides, especially because the guides usually like fully develop like after the world first race kind of stuff. Like a lot of the guides are incomplete until then. Sometimes they discover like APL stuff like well after like a guild has like killed the end boss. That's like very common. Like you have to be like really good at like coming up with innovative ideas, understanding damage profiles really well. Just good at thinking about multiple things in the game at once, I guess. Dude, this guy's just camping the trap I wanted.
Subtlety isn't your strength, is it? you be killed that quickly?
It's too far away. I'm out of range.
Seeing the abilities in the game and the sim logically, thinking what's happening. It's being able, yeah, what Greenzel said, impatience everything. I like that. It's like being able to innovate. It's something that, like, if you there's things that some people have at the very high end. And sometimes I just like refer to it as like, oh, they have like the gene, like they have it, they understand. They think about the game at a level where well, I don't think I call it that, Greenzel, but maybe that's also a quality. Am I gonna play serve? I'm gonna play whatever's best. I don't think people know what's best yet, and so I will refrain from saying what is the best or what will be the best. But I currently believe that MM is the current best, and then it's MM and BM are kind of tied before that.
I have need of ingredients for a new piecemeal between us, the Rotani, and the Fungarians. Help me gather them.
Guys, when you get to the point, you don't have to start from scratch and can get a general understanding of something. Out of blueprint, they could have played 1-1 in every situation. Is he encountering team combinations or two multivariate from that? Or from that, tuning, as the game changes faster than guys can be adapted? Yeah. I don't know. I swear that if more people played PhysComp, I think they would generally be higher ranked. Not specifically that PhysComp's good. It's more that like if everyone's just on their comfortable class, they'll just play better. You'll see a lot of people that play meta that aren't very good at it.
Their sacrifice will be remembered.
Like who? Most people, to be honest. Every time something's meta in that season, it's like, I don't know. Like let's say last season, Judy just goes a lot. That's funny. Every single time I play any season, and I see a bunch of people playing whatever's good. Like last season, it was what? BM Hunter, Frosty, K, Ellie, Havoc. Okay, Havoc was the funniest class for people to FOTM to. Every single Havoc I ever played with that was a FOTM Havoc was like floor POV. Like almost every single one of them. That was a class that people were not ready to FOTM to last season. And then same with Ellie Shaman. Ellie Shaman was also very tough to Fodom too. I felt like Fodom Frost DKs and BM Hunters were a little better on average, but I also think those are just easier, like, classes to pick up. But like, let me think back to the previous season. What, it was Boomkin, Arcane Mage, and Unholy DK. It was rough. Every Arcane Mage I saw was either floor POV or they did no damage. Like, they couldn't. I feel like I never saw an Arcane Mage that was a Fodom one, at least. Like, there was a lot of good mages. Like, you play with Billy or something, you're just like, okay, like, this guy knows what's up. You play with like most DPS, even at the high level, most Arcane Mages that season were just not good. Even like title level Arcane Mages were just like much worse than someone who was a main Arcane Mage that season. You can impress anything on a 22 and live. Yeah, DK was just immortal. Unholy DKs, I feel like they would live a lot in that season, but they would not do big damage like most of the time. And then they would blame like Blood Beast RNG, but like you would just watch like any high-end Unholy player and they would just always do good damage. And then Boomkin was a little hit or miss that season. I feel like that was a pretty easy version of Boomkin. It was a Loon's Chosen. You're always just in one Eclipse. There's no like nuance. But a lot of Boomkins were floor POV, or they did no damage too. Like, they didn't know when to bear, or they would bear too much. Yeah, Starfire, Starfall. Whenever it's like that, that's like easy mode Boomkin. Let's see, how much abundance do I have on this character and how much do I need? I have 100 and I have 6 shards of Dun Dun.
This area is compromised. It is vital to our mission that you secure it.
Okay, let's hit up some abundance. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's such a trap in this game to reroll meta. I feel like it's very few times throughout the years where I think meta was actually dominant. Out of every tier I've played, I think the Destro Lock Survival Hunter season, I think that might be one of the only seasons where like maybe you probably should reroll to meta. Like, if you weren't a Survival Hunter or a Destro Lock, like you were, it was actually like 20% ahead. I don't know why Blizzard let those specs be so far ahead. But that might be the only time in recent memory. Maybe the God comp in Dragonflight. I feel like Survival Hunter Destro Lock was more important. But I feel like all of the War Within, the meta was pretty light. Enhancement Shaman Season 1, the War Within. Yeah. But also at the same time, it was just Enhancement Shaman. Like, let's say, like in your case, you mained Rogue. I know so many Rogues that re-rolled to Enhancement Shaman that season, and they sucked. But I know if they stayed on Rogue, they would have been fine. like Sin Rogue was actually good. You beat like every, yeah, I know, like every Enhancement Shaman except for like, I don't know. There's actually only a handful of Enhancement Shamans that I actually could like get the full of Enhance. I swear so many people, I was playing Survival that season. Survival was definitely not as good as Enhance, but I swear people that were like good at Survival, like they should have stuck with Survival that season. Cause like you would probably beat most Enhanced Shamans. What else was like medium good that season? Like Boomkin was good that season. I saw Og was good. You probably just play Og. Og was really good. What else was there? I don't know. I feel like the balance is relatively good every season. feel like season 2.
Magnificent contributions, my acolytes. Revel in this divinely abundant boon.
Season 2 of The War Within was pretty meta, like, open. Like, I feel like my comp could have,
Richly abundant. Magnificent contributions, my acolytes.
I feel like my comp was just fine in season 2 of The War Within. And it was definitely not meta. Like, Outlaw was cracked, but, like, Fury and MM were kind of mid.
Be to a bounty so richly abundant.
He says boon, Burn. But I also hear food a lot.
Your deeds glorify me. You shall be benevolently rewarded in abundant kind. Magnificent contributions, my acolytes. Revel in this divinely abundant boon. There is so much waiting to be found. Magnificent contributions, my acolytes. Revel in this divinely abundant boon. Magnificent contributions, my acolytes. Revel in this divinely abundant boon.
The problem is not having a group and not getting accepted to pugs if you're not meta. No, I get that, but I swear the community is like so mistaken about what to play. Like I'm just poking fun at their need for meta because I actually don't even think meta's good in pugs. I think if you genuinely want to climb, I feel like you should invite synergistic classes. And I think you should just like solely go off of like merit, like just raw skill. I don't know. Yeah, they take one tricks and fought him. Same. Almost every single time. The only time, like I play a lot of alts, but I specifically only play alts that click with me and I like. Like I'll just straight up say it. I sucked at enhance. I was not very good at it. So I just didn't play it that season. I like tried it for like 4 hours. I wasn't like, it wasn't unplayable, but I know for a fact I could play all 300 specs better than I would at enhance. I was just like, well, I'm not gonna swap. But like, let's say Boomkin's really good. I'm like, well, that's a spec I'm very comfortable on. I feel like I could play Boomkin super easy. I'm like, I don't mind alting that one that season.
Contributions, my acolytes. Revel in this divinely abundant boon. Your deeds glorify me. You shall be benevolently rewarded in abundant kind. Glory be to a bounty so richly abundant. Your deeds glorify me. You shall be benevolently rewarded in abundant.
Echo makes very good tier lists. I mean, so there are a lot of clickbait tier lists and stuff. I think it's a really hard job in general. I feel like with how often tuning is and all this stuff.
Glory be to a bounty so richly abundant.
Like the second you make a tier list, like you know the max tier list, that one's kind of a meme because everyone kind of like ranks it themselves. But even that, like, there's some truth to it, but then it instantly is outdated. Like the second that tier list went out, there was actually so many bug fixes. I would change all of the places I ranked Hunter on that tier list.
Glory be to a bounty.
And it's unfortunate that literally like the next like 3 days later they fixed 3 bugs on BM that would rank it higher, and then they fixed 2 bugs on survival that would take it out of A, and then they fixed a bug on MM that would put it ahead of survival. And that was like 3 days after that tier list like came out. So even where I ranked Hunter, I don't even like agree with it anymore. Like tier lists are tough. The biggest problem with meta comps is players don't know how to accurately judge which specs are good for their comp or if the player is good. The general rule of thumb is just like just play like raid buffs that like synergize. Like at the very least, raid buff synergize. Can you score 90 parse plus if you have the same eye level as people logging at that? Let's say you don't have the right stats on gear and most optimal trinkets. Yeah. What I think are good synergies for Hunter this season with that thought process. Anytime I'm pugging on my Hunter, I look for warriors. I look for monks. I look for druids. Those are the three. Those are the three big ones. You want warrior, monk, druid. Those will make your Hunter top of the meter in like almost every key. And all of those classes also want those. It's like beneficial to the whole group. Like if I see a brewmaster sign up, I'm like, all right, yoink. And then I'm like, okay, now I have a monk. And then I'm like, okay, let's wait for let's just wait in queue. Let's wait in queue. All of a sudden, a Fury Warrior shows up. I'm like, all right, yoink. And then I see like a Feral Druid or a Resto Druid, yoink. You want specifically things that do physical damage. Those are really good hunter combos. You got renowned 8 with Heronir, and now you want your ult to get the belt. Yeah, you pick up the quest and then go to the main room, and then you like pick an artifact, and then you get it. On your ult, you just have to pick an artifact. You don't actually have to finish it, but I would recommend finishing it because you get some crests. Yep, no problem. Like if you look at my main group, we do Bear Tank, we do Mistweaver, we do Fury Warrior, and then we do Outlaw Rogue. So like we have the 3 that I mentioned, and then at that point it's like, okay, well what else synergizes with us? We could have gotten an Enhancement Shaman. We could have gotten a Rogue. So Enhancement Shaman gives us more damage and Wind Fury, which is really good damage-wise, but a Trophic Poison's also kind of nice. And we just are friends with walks. So like at that point we were like, okay, like this synergizes really well. People sometimes ask, actually not even sometimes, I feel like every season I get asked about Shaman buff being better than Rogue buff in my group. And the answer is damage wise, yes, 100%. But it's also like we already have walks. Walks is a main rogue, and the difference is minimal. I don't think it's a key level difference. And sometimes rogue does so much damage that it did in season 2 of the War Within. We were crunching numbers and we were like, okay, let's say we have an enhancement shaman and everyone gains like this much on their sim, but outlaw is this good. What should we do? Should we stick with outlaw or should we get an enhancement? And outlaw was more damage for our group. And we got a trophic on top of it. So it's kind of nice to just stack raid buffs. But like let's say on the flip side, let's say you're a mage one trick. I bet there's not many mage one tricks in my chat. I feel like most of you guys are either hunters or you used to play hunters. But like a mage, for example, you want to befriend like a demon hunter. Like you just want a demon hunter in your friends list. You want a priest on your friends list probably. Warlocks are good. Anything that's magic, right? Things that you buff with arcane int, and then things that buff you somehow. Ellie shamans, those are great. For mages. Augs. Yeah, Devourer Demon Hunter is actually really good for the magic comp. Because it's the first DH that has synergy with the comp. Normally you play like Havoc and Vengeance, but Havoc doesn't get anything out of it, and so it's always a little awkward. It's like Havoc's there to buff them, but Havoc doesn't get buffed. Whereas when you look at like my group, the Monk's buffing the Warrior's buffing the tank. I guess the Mistweaver in my group kind of is in the same boat. You watching as a healer, man? It's all about the raid buffs. It's so important nowadays. And it's cringe. A lot of people want raid buffs to be removed. Like what Judy was just talking about Domadora. She was like, remove raid buffs, because it is kind of unfortunate that like that is the state of the game. But I think raid buffs are so important that they dictate your comp more than like before. Back in like BFA and Shadowlands, it was just the damage profile. That's another thing you have to weigh. Yeah. So first you're weighing all the damage like buffs, right? You're also weighing all of the like damage profiles of the group. Like let's say like Judy's a rogue, right? So if she's playing like a class with a lot of prio, like Sin Rogue, and I'm playing a class with a lot of AoE but maybe not a lot of prio, like MM Hunter, it actually works really well together. As long as I don't kill her funnel, she can like kill the big mob and then I kill the pack, and like that's just like our combo. We're just like friends that way. We just cover each other's weaknesses damage profile wise. There was no like, oh, but like Arcane Mage also has the same thing. So maybe I'm not playing with Judy, maybe I'm playing with like, I don't know, Zav or something, right? He's on Arcane Mage, and he does a lot of prio too, and it kind of just like does the same thing, right? But right now, if I were to play with Zav, it's like a downgrade for both of us. He has int, and he doesn't buff me, and I don't buff him. We're kind of just in this cycle of like, I don't know, like I don't know why, like I can't play with him right now. It's just not allowed. I can only play with him if I do enough damage to outweigh not getting Battle Shout, and he does enough damage to not like outweigh like not getting like DH buff. But like, you know, if you look at the meta comp, sometimes there's like Unholy DK in the meta. That's because Unholy is so good that it fits into like the Boomkin Arcane Mage comp or something, and they're all buffing each other, and Unholy's in there and it doesn't even benefit from any of it. But it's tuned so well that it like transcends the raid buffs. That's when something's like genuinely meta. Because raid buffs are like, depending on how many you stack, like my group's getting 5% from Battle Shout, 5% from Fizz buff, and then 3% from Merc of the Wild, right? So like, if I'm hitting the dummies alone versus hitting a boss with my group, I'm getting 13% more damage. And that's not counting like Hunter's Merc, I guess. We'll just ignore that, because that only really like matters on bosses, I guess. But let's say there's a class, so like I'm getting 13% damage here. Let's say there's a class like Unholy DK, and let's say it does 20% more damage than me, and I can do 13% more damage with all my buffs. That means I would lose to Unholy by 7% or something. And so like at that point, it's like, okay, Unholy is actually better than me in this season that I'm talking about, this hypothetical season. But let's say Unholy is only 10% better than me. It's like, okay, well, if I gather all these buffs, I can actually do more than this spec. So maybe it isn't so OP this season. And most of the time, the seasons are within that raid buff variance. Like the best spec, like the best comp in season 2 of The War Within, I feel like was within raid buff area. But as long as you stack your group, you can kind of get enough. Kind of interesting that you have addressed the topic of meat meta so often in various streams, and generally see a lot of backlash because you find the meta to be a fascinating phenomenon. And there are really cool observations from the past about how meta changes even without tuning input, but I consider it poison for 95% of the player base. Unfortunately, the chat doesn't provide the space to elaborate, especially when the streamer shares this point of view. Yeah, I feel like wait, that is a really funny typo. The topic of meat.
Revel in this divinely abundant food.
What's the point of this event? There's mounts, mogs, toys, and some crafting stuff all involved here. How much shards do I have? That was my last one.
Magnificent contributions, my acolytes. Revel in this divinely abundant food. Magnificent contributions, my acolytes. Revel in this divinely abundant food. Glory be to a bounty so richly abundant. Glory be to a bounty so richly abundant.
Do I have an add-on that reminds me about Hunter's Mark? No.
Shall be benevolently rewarded.
I have an add-on called Class Reminders, but it doesn't work in combat, so I don't think it'll work for Hunter's Mark properly.
Your deeds glorify,
A lot of add-ons don't work in combat.
benevolently rewarded in abundant kind.
Also, you asked if someone's trolling you, can you craft at 246? Honestly, I don't know. I don't know if he's trolling you. I want to say the only craft that I know of is the one that costs a spark. So let me go look. Maybe it costs just veteran crest or something. All right, I'm gonna give someone randomly leader. I'm gonna give White Crow's leader because he's in the first slot.
Ideal in the most exotic goods.
Spark only gives you 259. Yeah, I'm not sure. Oh, I'm short of buying the toy. I wanted this toy. I guess I could buy some mogs or some decor. I don't think I care about the decor except for getting maybe the one-time XP. This toy is really OP because it ports you to each zone, which is really nice. Hold the currency for diamond hands. Big achievement incoming. Oh, what does it look? Are you about to get all the moths? Wait, there's no way you abandoned the ZA grind for the moth grind. I'll never forgive you.
This area is compromised. It is vital to our mission that you secure it.
Outgrow the use of adventure crests. What the heck? I don't know how to get bracers. You? If I get bracers on this character, I can upgrade cheaper on my other characters. Yo, what if I crafted on my monk bracers solely to get the... Wait, I could buy 220s? And that counts for this? I don't think so. Also, there's no way I'm buying that. Where's the Pash? Are these are drops, right? These aren't craftable. You need a ring on your rogue. You loot them from treasures. I wonder if like my hunter has a 220 BOE. Let me log over. So how many veterans is this guy at? I'm at 120 veterans. You bought the 220 leather pants BOE? I wonder if my hunter just has looted some random stuff. Oh shit, Billy's doing the AI PvP. Wait, I kind of want to join him. I just saw him queue for it. Wait, there's no way he's already in a match. Oh. Wait. Oh shit. Okay, anyway. I guess if I buy those bracers on my monk. Wait, it's 15k for you? I wonder if I just waited a little bit. I wonder if a lot of guilds are doing that. I don't have the capping add-on. Wait, what the heck? Alright, wait, anyway. Alright. I gotta put this somewhere. We're gonna put my coordinates up at the top left now. What is this? This is the things. New computer. Never PvP'd on this thing. Let's see. Wait, my gear scaled up to 258 in this? What the? Wait, I wanted to change specs. Oh, I did. Nice. I'm playing single target. I carried on different servers. Oh. You're right. I assumed that was a global auction house, but items like that aren't. Wait, this bridge is built? Wait, both of these bridges are built. Wait, this is insane. They like redid the battleground a little bit to make it more like noob friendly. Wait, look at this guy, marksman. Wait, I want to nuke him. Yeah, that was a sick wall from him.
I don't have a target.
As was the toxic. Uavo Ravenwing. Don't die, Diona. I like the bot names. Alright, Diona. I think I'm gonna kill her. Oh, she got Hodge. That was crazy. This guy's my arch nemesis. Marksman Rakatu. Give me that much of a difference. My nemesis is back here. Two-handed axes are not good. Two-handed axes are fine. As long as they have agility. A lot of axes don't have agility. Just their main problem. Ooh, our feral assaulted the waterworks. It's kind of hard to triple cap against these guys. Nice, I think we're gonna triple cap.
I don't have a target.
Okay, I think tomorrow is the day that the one delves up, and I'm probably gonna level my I'm dying to bots. Not like this. You got beat by a survival hunter. 42.5k overall DPS, not the worst in the world. The lower eye level Swallow Hunter did 45k overall. It kind of depends on like how someone ends up like pulling, like the tank. Like some of the times. Because if they pull on a 2-minute cadence for you, they will just destroy. Or you will just destroy. In multi-shot in the correct direction. Okay. Not bad. There's better in zeros. Not live very long. It depends. If MM can kill a pack in like 5 seconds, and then on every other pack, survival will win. So like it's like a give and take. You do like that you can live log now? So much easier. Nice. Where's the PvP vendor? I bet it's on my map. Conquest Quartermaster. It's right by the dummies. This guy? There's a war mode Quartermaster who sells nothing for now.
My goods are one of a kind. Return when you need more.
There's this guy who sells the gems. Honor Quartermaster. Okay, so you definitely buy a trinket first. And then I always just buy alacrity. And then can I buy a weapon? Oh, I can't afford a weapon now.
What needs bring you here?
Okay, not bad. I got 12% more agility in PvP. What build am I running for PvP? I was playing basically the raid build. Maybe I'll make a third build called PvP real quick. I was just fighting against bots in that one game mode now. Oh, Sparks of War. Oh, snap. I gotta get my Sparks of War. Wonder if moths give me Sparks of War. Alright, we're back in Harandar. Should you already be enchanting in gym and gear? Yeah, anything that you enchant in gym, like right now, is kind of wasted. It's like 99% wasted, sadly. It's gonna be good like the first week and that's it. So like I wouldn't buy anything too crazy because of just how expensive it is. Like I haven't enchanted anything that I have yet. I probably will, like closer to the raid release. I'll enchant some stuff. Maybe I'll do like the cheaper enchants, not sure yet. It's just a very big gold dump right now. Is the big problem. Keep stocking enchant is fine, especially on the 246 neck. What I was doing is I was using the War Within gyms because they still work. I think I have to fly to that upper branch. And I'm just being stubborn down here. They do, yeah, the old gyms work, so I paid like no gold at all to get them. I think I spent like 800 gold for 5 gyms or something. Whereas the new ones are like 15k each or something right now. I was like, these are good enough for me. Your champion pieces. The champion pieces are potentially fine. I still haven't yet because I might be like wearing veteran pieces that I loot with better stats, you know? So like it would be a waste to gym and enchant the champion piece. One stat lower than rank 1 current gyms. Yeah, they probably will nerf this, but until then, it's a really cheap way to do it. I'm just gonna stick with that for now. Oh, I guess I could target rares with leather bracers too. I didn't think about that. But each rare has like a specific loot table. So it'd be kind of easy for me to just specifically target some leather bracers. Just go kill like 4 rares that drop leather bracers and see what happens. You went dual axes? Wait, when you said two-hand, did you mean two one-handers, Kriparian? Or did you mean a two-handed axe? Because you said 2H. Two one-handed axes is, you can't wear that for damage, but oh, you thought it was a two-handed? Okay, gotcha. You can still mog. Let's say you got daggers, for example. You can still mog it to be an axe, by the way. Like whenever you do get them eventually. But it probably does look pretty sick. And then again, make sure you don't spend your spark. I would be careful with your spark. Hi, Toast. I think this is the last flight path I need to get my achievement. I just like never got it. I just like walked by it every time. That's funny. Only one spark? You got two? Well, technically, people are calling it all sorts of things. You need 2 sparks to craft an item right now. And you need four sparks to craft like a bow, for example. It's like a weird thing. I don't know what people are settling on. I don't know if, because this is technically 2 half sparks. What sparks? It's items that you use for crafting, but you only get them weekly, so they're a very scarce resource, and you want to like make sure you treat them like well. You're bored? Let's do a deep dive on why we shouldn't craft in the off season and when we should get into it. Basically, so there's a couple of reasons. The first is tuning isn't final yet. So great example is, let's say you right now MM's the best, right? So let's say you're like, well, if I'm going to be playing MM, I might as well craft like a bow or something, right? You craft a bow, they nerf MM like 10% on like the Tuesday of Heroic. They buff survival 5%, and you were like gonna play whatever was better, but it looked so grim that you like crafted your weapon. And then now your craft is like kind of useless. You know, that's one example. Another example is, let's say you're a survival only player. You don't care what's really meta, you're going to play survival anyway. And let's say you are undecided between Sentinel and Pack Leader. Pack Leader, you want to wear 2 daggers, and Sentinel, you want to play 2 hinders. And like the best craft in the game is typically just a weapon. Like almost every single person like just crafts a weapon because it's so like OP, you know? So you're like, well, I'll craft 2 daggers because Pack Leader's better right now. Right? Let's say on the tuning, they just buff instead of one-handers being better for Pack Leader, let's say they just buff 2-hand weapons or something, or they buff Sentinel a lot to the point where like it's really behind to play pack leader now. Now you wasted a craft on those daggers. And then also on top of that, sometimes there is just discoveries within the class. Like people will be like, oh, like we found out that this talent actually works differently than we thought, or there's bug fixes or something, and it like allows you to play a different build. And then also like as people find out more and more about crafted stuff, like sometimes embellishments were under simming and people were like, oh, don't craft these like pants or something with this embellishment, it's terrible. And then after like more knowledge came out, people are like, oh, actually it's not that bad, it was bugged in sims or something. You should actually just craft these pants and they're like 20% of your damage, so just make sure you get these pants. It's the only thing. And it's just like stuff that like comes out all the time, like later in the season. I just think crafting early is like rough. Why are all the guides saying the best craft are not weapons? I think a lot of the guides are talking about BIS guides. Like a lot of people look at guides incorrectly, I think. Like it'll say like this is your BIS setup, right? That's what a guide will tell you at the start of the season. It'll be like, hey, we crunched the numbers and this is your best setup. You're gonna craft a neck and like some boots. When are we gonna update the transmog? I think it's the first time I've used this mog in like 3 months. Oh, I got the squirrel proc of my random flying mount. But yeah, people will look at like BIS crafts, right? And the BIS craft is like these neck and these like boots or something, right? Your first craft's almost always a weapon because it's just it's the best way to get a myth track weapon early. Like most people don't get a myth track weapon in the first like 6 weeks of the game, especially if you don't raid. If you do raid, there's a chance you're gonna get one by then. But even then, it's just the best way to get like a myth track weapon early. State of Hunter and M+, like B tier. Myth track weapon? Yeah, it's just using your myth crest on the first time you can use them on a weapon. Like your first craft, CG. We're talking about like crafting. And then also that's basically all point 1, Pony. Point 2 is that like let's say you do craft a weapon, right? The very first boss in the raid drops a ranged weapon. And let's say you craft a weapon and then it drops. Guild refrains from any weapon crafts until at least the first clear. Same, yeah. But only for mythic clear. Like we're not gonna craft on heroic week. You will only because you're a heroic guild. Myth gear is coming from Mythic Plus, sadly. Well then, yeah, that's all the more reason to craft a mythic weapon. Then, if you only play heroic as a guild, then you probably want to craft a myth track weapon, like guaranteed. Like for the last like ever since like Dragonflight, I feel like that would be your go-to. Like you would always basically, if you play in a guild that only reads in heroic, I think you would almost always either craft a weapon or wait for your first key vault. But I think you would still want to craft a weapon if your goal is heroic rating. You almost always craft myth track weapons. True.
Don't miss this opportunity.
Does he play Fury? You always craft a weapon. That's true. Yeah, Fury is another spec that just casts all the time. Time for another consequence world first, Saint? Maybe. I don't know. I think with Mythic Week, I think our odds are lower than normal. Because a lot of guilds are gonna do it in like all the good guilds are gonna be able to go in with this gear early on. Assuming no mythic rating, how long am I looking to craft a myth track weapon? I would recommend. I think this recommendation would stand for the last like. It's a risk you're always playing. Whenever you craft anything, is like the risk of like what you could have gained by not crafting it, the opportunity costs. And like if you craft a weapon and then you get one from your vault, it's always gonna feel bad. But statistically, you pretty often want to just craft a weapon. It's gonna feel bad if you end up landing one, but the odds of you not crafting and not getting a weapon for longer is gonna be more detrimental to you, I think. Like, people always greed their craft way too long, I think. Whoa, this guy has so much health. I actually might be able to nuke him if I wait for True Shot. Wait a minute 15. Can I please show my MM talents? Sure, all my talents are in this document. If you want them. I'm just currently not playing them. I'm playing my like World Quest PvP set. So this is not the build that I would recommend for dungeons. $100% a noob question. Should you be spending your Dawn Crest? The adventure, you can spend as much as you want. The veterans, technically are potentially more useful. So I would maybe hold off on spending them until next week when you have like a better idea of like how you're gonna want to spend them. Okay, let's see if I can nuke this guy before he kills me. I don't think I can. Oh, I should have lusted. It's too late. Yeah, maybe I still lust. Let's lust now. Let's see what happens. Let's throw a potion. Or a lot of defensives. This guy just watched. He could have sniped me. He could have sniped me the whole time. But he respected the 1v1. They make Volley bigger? That's a PvP talent. That makes it bigger. That's not normal. When do I plan to stream TBC content? I think I don't know. I streamed Kara raid on Thursday. I raid Kara Thursdays at 11 Eastern. But I don't know how much more I'm gonna play. Once midnight picks up, I think I'm not really gonna touch TBC too much anymore. Am I crafting the World Tender set? Probably not. Right now, I'm waiting to see more information before I potentially like craft anything. If you have champion pieces, is there any reason not to upgrade it? Well, champion track pieces. I mean, it doesn't just cost gold. Or do you mean like a piece in the slot of the champion track piece? Like you looted a champion like shoulder, or like you have champion helmet and then you looted like a veteran helmet or something? Is that what you mean? You mean having a veteran helmet and a champion track helmet and then maxing out the veteran helmet and then upgrading the champion helmet for free? That's potentially worth it. Adventure? Well, if it's adventure, then yes, that's fine. But I'm specifically hoarding my my veterans a little bit before I spend them. I just want to make sure I spend them on spots that are going to be the most valuable for the first week. I'll probably do a bunch of sims like when they're more reliable. A 192 feet thing. You 2 world tours from having 5 240s. Discount's pretty huge.
You must prepare. You are ready. You seek trade?
Nice. We only have 16 left. Yeah, once you get one character, like adventure crest maxed, then it's discount on all the other characters. Where's that mount from? Wait, what was it? Was it the squirrel? I have random mount on right now, so I don't remember. It was a squirrel? Okay, yeah, that's like a new swipe mount in the shop. What are the blue ones in the sky? Those are adventure crests.
You like goods, don't you?
If you haven't captured adventure crests and you fly through them, you have a chance to get some. So, which is kind of nice. You're maxed. Nice. You get veteran crest from random hunts in hard mode. Yes, that's how I capped myself for veterans. That's how you get a lot of veterans. I stopped 5 short because I'll just get those 5 next week. Yo, wait, 220 boots adventure. How much do these sell for? $62,000. The heck is this? I mean, I'll sell them for 35K. Let's cut it in half. I want to be nice to someone, but I want to make money. If I looted bracers, that would have been hype because I need bracers. How about the neck piece you got from the Amani tribes not showing at the NPC? Yeah, do go over here. It's like up here somewhere. You'll see it on your map. But you gotta do a quest to unlock right here there's another one. See the abundance? There should be one in Zuluman, like up here. I'm a terrible capitalist. The thing is that shouldn't sell for that much. Burn. I think charging the going rate is criminal. I still think 35k is kind of a scam, but if someone buys that, they'll be happy now. I'm cutting them a deal and I'm still being ridiculous and charging an absurd amount. That will sell for 20 gold in like 2 weeks. That same piece. It's just because it's scarce right now and there's value. Whoa, wait, I got the bracers with speed. That's what Bansheesh needed. I just gotta mail those over to Bansheesh and I saved my gold. Nice. Is it soulbound? No, it's BOE. I could sell it for 72k as well. I'm just gonna send it to Bansheesh. Yeah, with speed. The mouth collecting grind. Honestly, this is a lot more chill than the last grind I was just doing. Like this is very therapeutic. Like I kind of like flying. Dragon riding is one of my favorite things to do in this game, honestly. Like at this point, like when I'm not pushing, I feel like it's very, very calming. Is my player default? It's pretty close to it. I only have a few settings changed. Can I share it? Sure. Everything I do is just like there for free on the channel. You love your platinator? That the yeah, that's the achievement on Sheesh. I just need to give it to Sheesh and then Sheesh can max out, I think. I might need to loot crests, but I know I have the room. Has Courtchester been back? Yeah, Courtchester showed up earlier. He did some like low bait rolls and then left because I wasn't reacting really. I didn't have the energy. I just kind of like read it. He said something about like he has an 8-pack and he has like 8 girls on his roster or something. And then I kind of read it and I was like, I kind of didn't feel like responding. I don't know. I kind of just read it and was like, nice. I don't know. He was in Hopeful stream earlier. Wait, that's good. Wait, I wonder if he's EU, Judy. Because the only reason I say that is because it reminds me of like, you know how during the race, there's just like really cringe people in like the opposite region's chat? And me and Hopeful are both NA players. You take a screenshot, you have to send it. He didn't get banned. They banned us so fast in the race chat. You don't think Hopeful saw it? I feel like Hopeful would have had funny reactions to it. Yeah, I haven't been paying attention. What am I doing to get these BOEs? Oh, bucket. So basically there's chests in like every zone. You know the chests that have like these little potions and like some random gold and whatever? Like 80% of the time, maybe more, it's just useless stuff. But you can also get BOEs. I'm not actually hunting them on purpose. I was just getting sparks for my spark achievement or quest. Oh, someone bought my boots, by the way, for 35k. Nice. I hope that person is wearing them. If they're flipping them, I'm a little sad, but it's okay. Oh, I rolled the squirrel. I love having random favorite mounts. I just like get welcomed, or I just get like a really cool one. I got a screenshot that 6 is online. I'm in a 3k IO community. Yeah, this is Mulgorians. Well, it was Mulgorians. I don't actually know who's in here. It's Dedge. Yeah. Honestly, I might just leave. I actually didn't even realize I was in that. This is my last moth. Dust him off. I got Dust Lord title. Did I use that? You had a flying fox and the tender trading thing, by the way. Use it a lot. Oh yeah, I need to look at the trading posts for this month. I keep telling myself I'm gonna do that, and then I get sidetracked with like whatever else is going on that day. Yeah, I'm gonna buy the last bit of my dust moth stuff. I'm gonna get sidetracked again, and I know it.
You need wares.
That's a cool sword. So nice. Got another mount. Let me check the vendor again. Double check I got everything. Yep, it's just a bunch of decor I don't really care about. I like collecting the one-time decors, but I'm not very good at housing. I don't think I really care for housing too much. Like to go hard on it. I think it's something that I'll like mess with whenever I get bored in between patches. I also kind of want to tear my whole house down. I think I might want to go for a different vibe than what I was going for. But I'm not creative enough to do the vibe that I want. Yeah, Panda, Orc, Mecha Gnome are the three best races right now. Orc is like up there for the pet ones, but I think for the non-pet ones, it's typically better to like not. Where's the trading post? Right here.
Welcome to the trading.
Alright, first let me open the chest. Ooh, flying quilt. Okay, let's see what we got.
Been waiting for you.
All right, I have to buy a mount. Obligatory mount purchase. Instant. Oh, is this the TBC mog? This is what, Spellfire? And this is Spellstrike? Did they like remake them with like HD? You need to upgrade our adventure gear too. It's free to upgrade your adventure gear. Like it's pretty like easy to do. But I kind of like this quiver. I usually don't like quivers. I feel like they don't do them right. They clip through all the armor. Or like a lot of armor. But I kind of like this one. These are clean daggers. Oh, these are clean glaives. Ooh. This is like a Warcraft 3 glaive, right? Like what are they called? They're called like glaive something. Wardens. My level's my hunter. I'm 239. I can be a little higher. Oh, wait. I want to refund this, actually. How do I refund this? I just vendor it back. I want to buy the swords, not the glaive version. I feel like I trolled by buying that.
Tis a good day for a bit of buying.
Oh, it's right here. Aha. I don't think I've ever done that before. Yeah, because buying the glaive version is bad. Buying the sword one means everyone can use it.
We'll be seeing you soon.
Oh, crescents. I don't think I've actually ever read that tutorial before. Yeah, why don't we have a wording class? That's a good question. I feel like it would be too much like DH or something. Eating a fix on spaghetti and then watch some TV. Have a good night, man. Thanks for hanging around. Here, let me mail my monk. Oh, yep, there's my boots. They sold. That's huge. And then I also looted the bracers for Bansheesh. Yeah, people on BOEs.
Do not
No, I tried really hard not to.
savor the hunt and let the artifact consume their fear.
That DH looks sick. That was the elite set from last season. I'm a huge fan of it. I like it a lot. Wait, you have 6 hours to finish your prey? Heck. Like I've never heard of that. Wait, did my prey reset when I logged off? Is that a thing? Yeah, it was I'm a big fan of that set. It's pretty sick. I think it did reset because I did this world quest before I logged off, I'm pretty sure. Any changes to the hunter spec? Which one performs the best? MM is currently the best. Then it is Probably survival and then BM, but BM and survival are a lot closer now than they used to be. There's just a lot of changes happening with that kind of stuff. There's a bug fixes, new like sim updates, tuning, all that kind of stuff. Just that changes a lot of the orders a lot. And that won't be the last, I don't think. I think we should expect a lot more fluctuations. Fire to unlock the elves. If you do a 7, then you unlock 8 whenever it comes out. That's where I went. Are their talents still updated? Yeah, all the talents are updated in the sheet. They always are. If I ever change a talent, as far as basically you guys are caught up with my knowledge if you follow the sheet. Like whenever I find out something's better, I update the sheet. So if the sheet's ever out of date, I'm behind. So if you ever notice I am behind, like you notice some cool build or something, shoot me a message, let me know. But the sheet is pretty much up to date with whatever I do. Is it any tough? No, you might struggle on like tier 7. Like if anything, but it's not that bad. I just had to take tier 7 slower. The 239. I did it last week. I was like 224. So it might be a bit easier now.
This area is compromised. It is vital to our mission that you secure it.
You can't unlock tier 8 yet? Well, that's the same thing, HoF. Is what I'm saying. Like you complete 7, which unlocks tier 8, but you can't do tier 8. Yeah. We're on the same page, I think. You brushed your teeth and only saw chat? Nice. Hi, Rick. Oh, perfect timing, Rick. HoF is a known toothbrusher and chat reader. Ever since I met him in BFA. He's been doing that. It's catchier than Oral V. You ever press hatchet toss? No. With current tuning, you never press it.
Assassinating the assassin.
Which is kind of funny. Like, there's a whole mechanic where it gets buffed and you ignore it. Is BM dead? It's fine. It's about as good as survival at this point. I do think MM is so much better that I wouldn't play BM right now, but I do think it's fine. Feels better that you ignore glowing button. Yeah. A lot of people say that they take it off their bars so they don't see the glow. I like it because sometimes my group will want me to pull mobs for them. And that's usually the spell I use for that. I'm like, oh, I'll hatch a toss. Don't worry. I got you. Okay, I don't know if I can fully upgrade my bracers yet.
Fast and wondrous.
Yeah, I have to go farm Adventure Crest right now. Unless...
The skies call to me.
And this is probably like the only character that it's worth to do this for. This quest. I have to go farm some. I gotta go to like Harrenir and farm some of these. You thought MM was still the bottom of the 3? No, MM's number 1 right now. Tier 7 Delves, by the way, dropped 227. I don't know if anyone said that yet in chat.
Take egg gremlins. They are always up for a meal.
Use Imorph. Upgrade adventure gear using adventure Dawncrest? Yes, that's fine. What's the leveling tech? Tomorrow I'm gonna be leveling an alt. Probably my warlock, maybe something else too. If you wanted to watch. But basically there's a couple things. First, tomorrow there's gonna be a delve called Shadowguard Point, and the story tomorrow is Calamitous. When it's that story, you can like mass pull this delve. And mass pulling that delve gives you pretty good XP pretty fast. That's probably what I'm going to use to level up my warlock for a while. When it starts to get hard, I'm going to log didn't it get nerfed twice? I haven't seen a single nerf to it. I don't know where that info is coming from. Do you have like posts about it? Because I think all of that's misinformation, I'm pretty sure. I don't think I've seen it get nerfed yet. Once that's over, side quests and questing are pretty fast methods for leveling too. They're like only slightly slower than delve spamming. I guess people did it when it wasn't in rotation. It has to be calamitous. The other ones aren't efficient. The other ones are quite a bit slower, like maybe half as good. They're really not worth spamming. But every time it leaves the rotation, people spread that it got nerfed. But I still haven't seen a single thing about it getting nerfed. If you have data about that, let me know. But as far as I know, it's unnerfed. Which self was this? It is Shadow Guard Point in Voidstorm. There's a runner-up that's pretty fast too. It's this one over here, the Gulf of Memory. It's called Sporosar Special. And that one's on the day after Calamitous every time. So if you ever miss Calamitous, the next day is Sporosar Special here. And if you miss that day is today. So it's a 3-day cycle. Today is the day where there's no good delve up. So if you were leveling today, you should quest. But tomorrow the Calamitous is going to come up. And then the day after that, the Sporosar is up. But those are like the good ones that I recommend. You copied my Wago Plater, but you don't know where to apply that. You just open Plater, and then you go to Profiles, and then you go Import, and then you import whatever I have on Wago. Requesting last day of the DMF buff. Yeah, all day tomorrow. I'm gonna try and take advantage of the leveling buff. I'm gonna level the Warlock, and if I have it in me, I might level another character too. I don't know what that other character will be yet. Maybe it might be a shaman. It might be a priest. I'm not sure yet. Yep. No problem, fancy boy. So I have 35 Dawn crests. How many do I have to do? 2 upgrades? I need 40 crests. And then I've graduated Adventurer crests. Where are all the blue balls? I need like 4 crests. Oh, that was troll. I see one. I've been doing rare sweeps every day, and I haven't ran into any of the rare mounts yet. Oh, I think I'm good. Yep, that was 40. The mounts are all 1% drop rate. Pretty rare. You killed 50 rares and no mount yet either. Yeah, I don't know how many I've killed, I guess. I got the quest or the achievement for doing all of the rares in Voidstorm. But I still need a lot of the rares in the other ones. Duelamon, I'm missing like this many. Every song I'm missing this many. Render looks like this. How do I think MM will fare in the raid? We have no idea because there's gonna be a lot of tuning. Currently I think it's fine. I think it's upper B. I think most guilds will play one MM hunter with current tuning. Any relatively low cast knowledge due to not playing. What is the decent alt that won't take time to pick up but is useful for pugs? So you're kind of in a tough spot. So Blizzard said right now there's really bad tuning. Like warlocks are like 40% better than some other classes in the game right now. Demonology. With that being said, like I would say, yeah, you should play a warlock, you should play mage. Like those two are really good. But because the tuning's so crazy, Blizzard promised that there's going to be 4 weeks of tuning for us, which will be pretty game changing, I think. 4 tuning passes means that classes will get really balanced, basically. Like every week they're going to balance stuff, and then they're going to be like, all right, what's at the top? 3 and 5% nerfs. What's at the bottom? 3 and 5% buffs. Let's see what happens in logs that week. All right, let's buff the bottom. Let's nerf the top. Let's see what happens. You know, just do that 4 times, and then everything's going to be balanced. We don't know what's going to be good at the end of that. Maybe they're really light with it. Maybe they're really heavy. Maybe they nerf 2 things every time. We have no idea. They might over buff something. Maybe they take a bad spec, make it insane. Maybe they take a great spec, make it unplayable. Maybe nothing changes. Everything just gets a little closer and everything's in the same order. Like we just have no idea. Just with that much tuning on the table, I feel like all we know is there's a lot of uncertainty. You want to play serve and MM? You want to be worthwhile to have one of each different characters, I guess. Only for the weapon is the thing, but like I still don't even think that's worth it. Like having my main be having my main have such good like everything else. It's just crazy that like for example, let's say this was my alt hunter. My alt hunter's 231 and my main hunter's 240. You know, because all the other pieces are good. It's just the weapon that might be bad, if anything. But everything else is gonna be bis. I feel like it's worth just having one hunter.
What do you seek? Good health to you.
Mages are casual. I've read up 20 mages. It's just not really worth to do that kind of stuff, I think.
We endure.
Benches, do I know anything about the Abyssal Anglers? Is that an achievement? Hmm. Oh, wait, Saint, that I actually know what that is. I just remembered. That got taken out of the game. I was watching a developer Q&A of the person who made Zul'Aman. He's like the lead developer for Zul'Aman. Every zone has like a dev. And he said there was one thing they had to cut and it was called Abyssal Anglers. But they said it just wasn't ready for launch, and so they removed it from the beta. And they had to cut it. I don't know what it was, but they said it wasn't ready, and you know, maybe it's like content in a different zone at some point in the future. Whatever it was. Yeah, no problem. Steven.
Honored to meet you.
Dang, my bracers are 1 upgrade from max. I have to wait until next week. Steven.
May you find what you seek.
All right. I think that's all for me for tonight. I'm gonna go ahead and find someone to raid. Actually, I think I want to raid Hawk. Actually, I don't know if I want to raid Hawk. Yeah, the utility in our tree's kind of rough nowadays. All right, I decided I'm raiding Hawk. I asked him if he's okay with it, but he's not responding to me, so we're just gonna raid him. All right. Have a good night, everyone. Peace out.